Yeah.
Not that it matters that much, I guess. But
there you go. What's up, everyone?
Hey, we're here. Hey. It's Live Party.
You will see my face shortly.
I'm going to have to get used to calling Eli Drake LA Knight.
Is that his name now?
Yeah, his name's LA Knight now.
Oh.
So that's a little weird. What's up, front row? Joe, Jason. It's good to see you guys. Oh, man. Yeah, so what do we got? Shotzi Blackheart, Dakota Kai in the ring, Raquel Gonzalez, and Ember Mood. Is this the finals? That's what this is, right? Hey, what's up, Ryan? Yeah. Oh, man. Getting excited.
I know, man.
Tonight.
I'm pretty pumped about this event, actually. Every time I watch a takeover, I mean, I don't watch NWA NXT weekly, but I feel like every time that they do a takeover, like they do such a great job of like pulling me in. It's kind of similar to what we talk about Ring of Honor on a weekly basis, that they, tell the stories, and just the stories they tell in the ring are unmatched in any other WWE brand. So.
Right.
I just don't feel like I've ever watched a takeover where I was like, like I always come out of it like that was awesome.
Yeah.
And worth my time.
I thought Ember was busted open there for a second, but I guess that's
busted open right
her painting. What's up, Neil? What's up, Dave? Mikey. I do like Shotzi. I didn't start out liking Shotzi, actually. Like, I wasn't a huge fan at the beginning, but now she has grown on me. Sorry, I'm trying to get my background lined up so it looks professional. I wanna be professional for all of you. Oh, Dr. Red's here. Show can begin. Welcome, Dr. Red. I think I'll make us a little a scrolly thing down at the bottom.
Yeah, man. Go for it. I'm trying to find our logo.
Over. Then.
This is what happens when we have to hop on live. You guys get to just watch us get ready. But we wanted to go ahead and open it up for discussion and hang out. These WWE pre-shows, I feel like you kind of have to watch them, Well, this isn't technically a pre-show, right?
This is the event now. We're in it.
Yeah, okay. The pre-show, I saw that was like 6:30. So
we're debuting. Where Eli Drake debuted as LA Knight. If you're just joining.
Yep.
Former NWA Tag Team Champion Eli Drake.
LA Knight, huh? All right.
It's interesting.
It's
not. No, I will say it's not the worst name I've ever heard. So it's actually not even that bad, really.
I'm pretty critical of names in NXT. The thing is that in NXT, these guys come over and they make me forget that I don't like their names. Just like a Finn Balor or a Cameron Grimes, Dexter Lumis. Like, these are all, like, even Damian Priest to an extent. Like, if I didn't have the talent to associate that with, I would be critical of that just as a name. But that's just me.
Right. Front row making speculation that maybe it was just that he owns that IP and didn't want to sign it over. So he's...
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm sure he does own that.
So that could very well be the case also.
I cannot find our logo in black. I've got it somewhere.
I think I have it. If you
have it in black? I got it in white.
I feel like I have it in black. Hold on, let's look.
I don't know where all my files are.
No, maybe I've got it. Wait, let's see. Where would it be?
I thought I had a file with like all of our logos in it.
Hold on. I gotcha. Show and folder. And where is Will? Where is Will? This is exciting. Hearing me sing.
Sending each other logos?
Yeah. There you go.
All right.
Lam Sanvu pointing out they actually had filmed that Eli Drake segment before the pre-show aired, and a fan in the crowd filmed the segment and posted it on Twitter before the pre-show. That's how everybody knew. You think he keeps the yeah? Yeah! Yeah!
I don't know. I don't think he does. I don't know. If he does, it'll be because he wants to. I feel like WWE is going to try to reinvent him.
I feel like this is a very awkward situation where I'm just staring at your static face. Just like,
well, if I turn my camera on, it's going to be really choppy and my computer is going to be slow while I'm working on design stuff. So this is what you got for now. At least you get to see my avatar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me talk.
We'll keep it alive if he doesn't.
Yeah. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Scooby, what did you say? So what will be my new name when the WWE signs me?
Harry.
Whatever it is, it will be cooler than my actual real name. So I would be one of the upgrades.
It'll be Harry Bourne, and he'll be like a spy, like the Bourne series.
Oh, good callback, Ryan Romano. Will is Stu Bennett from the Carneyland days, and Gary is Joe Galley.
Yes. Here I am.
Oh, wait, Front Row's nailed it. Whiskey Jerry.
There it is.
I like that.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anytime somebody types that now, I think in the comments, I just have to, it's part of it. Dr. Red says Mr. Manscaped. I feel like Mr. Manscaped would have to shave his beard, though. I feel like you would have to be just like really smooth all over.
Yeah.
That would be the trick with that one. Rob's joining us eventually, by the way. I know a lot of you are just worried about the doc. Hoping you hadn't missed it. He's having a Valentine dinner with his lady. It'll be here.
Yeah, me and my wife have Valentine's every day, so we don't have to celebrate today.
Oh, yeah. Me and my wife don't talk anymore.
Since you started this show.
No, we cooked a nice dinner last night together and had a glass of wine, and we enjoyed ourselves. And I watched Dirty Dancing with her and When Harry Met Sally earlier in the day. So
wonderful.
There you go.
You are just a gem.
You're right, Front Row. They're just like going at it. I'll tell you who I'm a big fan of is Dakota Kai. I can't put my finger on it, but I really like her. I like her a lot. And
probably because she's an incredible talent all around.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
she's good. I feel weird because she's so tiny. Like, I mean, I don't feel nobody's weird. I just mean she seems so much tinier than even the other girls, but I think she's really good. I like her. I like Team Kick. I like that whole thing. They should show Valentine's dinner. Yeah.
Oh, Beth Phoenix got really scared about that. It looks dangerous.
Oh, Shotzi. Yeah. Will's gonna be done with this by the time this is over. That's this, dude. Okay, I'm not 100% what just happened between Raquel and Shotzi there with that suplex. That seemed a little funky, but okay.
All right.
Jedi, I haven't seen No Surrender yet. Even though we gave out a free pass for it, I haven't had a chance to watch it. Just been busy. Yesterday, obviously, like I said, we were doing the Valentine's Day stuff, so I couldn't watch wrestling. And then today, I just had other stuff going on. Yeah, Lamb saw that suicide dive. That's nuts. Who you guys got on this one? You thinking Ember and Shotzi? Is that the consensus here?
There we go. It'll look better when Rob gets here.
Yeah, you won't be covering it then. Oh, wow. What was that? That that did it. And Dakota Kai is dead. Neil calling Dakota Raquel. That's a good one. It feels, I got to be honest with you, Neil, it feels like Raquel and Dakota could benefit more by winning than Ember and Shotzi could, if that makes sense. I feel like, yeah, it's a feel-good win for Ember Shotzi, but Raquel and Dakota could use a win, I feel like. So
I think it's going to be Raquel Dakota. I'm with you on that. That's my prediction.
Yeah. Like Dakota loses a lot of matches, I've noticed. So it'd be good for her to have like a huge win under her belt. And Raquel's like kind of on fire. Like it feels like they're pushing her to be a star here in NXT. So this could be a really solid, beneficial win for her, I think. So yeah. That's wow, Raquel. I mean Dakota.
There, I tweaked it just to appease my OCD a little bit.
I hear you.
Yeah. We got most of it in there,
but it's. Wow, nice one from these ladies. But Ember's there.
We might need a medic.
Oh, my God. Right off the stage. All right, Shotzi going up top. Oh, Raquel. Oh, dude, I didn't even notice they had the ramp going straight to the ring tonight. That's cool. Has that been going on NXT?
Yeah.
I just not noticed that?
I haven't noticed it. There you go. Am I ahead of you?
Oh, I guess so. Mine says live on my network, but oh, yeah, big power bomb by Raquel, double cover by the ladies. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, I'm going to refresh. I don't know why I'm always behind Will.
You're way behind me. There we go. All right, now I really fixed it.
All right, well, congrats to Raquel and Dakota Kai. That's awesome. Good job, everybody. Oh, let's see. Unrivaled says top 5 AEW NJPW crossover matches you want. I'm gonna. I mean, obviously, I think this is like it feels like an obvious, like just a cheap out. But I mean, Ibushi and Omega, I think would be a lot of fun. I'd also take them as a team too. The Golden Lovers thing, having that come back and get like national exposure, that'd be fun. Yeah, I'm trying to think of who else. Who'd you have in mind, Unrivaled? God, they did this victory with Raquel looking strong, which is what I was saying. Like, she just looks like they're trying to make her a beast, and it's cool because Dakota gets to get a nice victory out of this too. So I'm okay with this win.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what I thought should have happened anyways. So I'm down. Sorry if you guys just hear me clicking my mouse all over the place.
Oh, love the sounds of those clicks, William.
Clickety clack. That's how the magic happens. You think these backgrounds just magically appear? No, they don't.
He's still adjusting that.
Well, I got this is for now. This is for when Rob gets here, so we got a little more.
How is the pyro and the confetti at the same time not a fire hazard? What do you think confetti could catch on fire if it got hot enough? Like, is confetti not flammable?
I would think it would be.
Oh, let's see here. Ryan says, clickety clack, don't talk back. Unrivaled wants MJF versus Okada. That could be fun. Moxley versus Okada. Darby versus Takahashi. But who versus Tanahashi? I'm a huge Tanahashi fan. So I need to know who would face Tanahashi. I'm trying to think. Because I feel like if do you want to go like really cool baby face out of Tanahashi versus a mean heel, then maybe MJF's your guy there. Or, I don't know. It's tough.
I gotta get more versed in current NJPW talent.
Tanahashi just is like, he feels like the Hulk Hogan of New Japan. And I was never a huge Hulk Hogan fan, but I just mean in that there is something that immediately when I watched New Japan for the first time, I was like just enamored with him. Like I just thought he just felt like there was something special just immediately. I was like, this guy's awesome. Who is this guy?
Yeah.
He just felt like a huge star. Do you think Gargano ever goes to the main roster?
I don't think he wants to. I think him and Ciampa both are kind of like, I think they almost are refusing to. I had heard that about Ciampa.
Yeah, I definitely heard about Ciampa.
So I don't know if Gargano's in that same boat or not, but I would assume he is, just because there's no way that they would use him to his full potential.
Yeah.
With his size.
Oh, thanks, Lamb. Yeah, see, you've got more history apparently, but yeah, Tanahashi is like NJPW Hogan indeed. He carried the company from a bad spot to the highest it got. Yeah. Eddie Kingston versus Murder Grandpa.
Nice.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, let's see how far they push Kushida here. Like he's obviously talented. I just don't know that he's going to beat Gargano tonight.
Well, it's do or die, I think, for him.
Oh, you think so?
And his push, yeah. I mean, I think either he wins this. If he doesn't, he's going to kind of like fade into oblivion. Because I mean, he's been pushed, but if he can't, I think he needs to win this match, because similar to what we talked about in the ladies' match is like Gargano can take a L. He's not going anywhere. You know what I mean? I think Kushida needs this more than Gargano does.
Gotcha.
So I think this does more for everyone if Kushida comes out of this as the new champ.
I think Kushida could. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah.
It's just like Gargano kept dropping the title. Like he's dropped that title so many times. Like it feels like he was. They even had like the Leon Ruff thing where it was like you can't win a. Almost like the Sasha Banks thing, like where you can't win the big winner, like you can't retain. I guess that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
He finally did, but yeah. Lamb saying Kushida needs a win because he hasn't done nothing big since being in NXT, which is sad. Yeah. So front row hoping Kushida wins. He's been a lot more intense lately.
Well, and that's my point too. Like with this push, like it seems wasted if he doesn't win this match. You know what I mean? Unless they do the WWE thing where they just keep playing it back over and over, and it's the same match the next takeover. I don't know.
I agree with you, Dr. Red. Gargano and Ciampa would be mid-card wrestlers in main roster WWE, no doubt.
Yeah, which would be very sad.
All right, what are you seeing, Will? Are you seeing them dance around in a circle? Now
they're walking out now.
God!
They're walking up the steps.
And I can't skip ahead. Why is this?
Here, maybe can I? I think I can pause it. Tell me when they say he is the NXT.
Now.
All right. I might be a
He's
little
put his hand out for a high five, and Indy did not see it. Or no, it wasn't Indy that didn't see it.
Oh,
where's his boy?
Where's Austin?
Yeah, where's Austin Theory?
I bet he's going to attack Kushida.
Oh, that's Trixie. Good catch, Lamb. Gargano's wearing the X-Men Wolverine theme gear. All right, front row, calm down.
We got to check our ISP.
My name is the
mine's a little sore. We love you, front row. We wouldn't joke around with you if we didn't.
It's true. Oops. Sorry, I did not mean to show how smart you are compared to us. Thank you.
See you, Ryan. I don't know if you already left, but thanks for stopping by.
Oh, Ryan. It's always good to see you, buddy. Front row, yeah! Dang, I already go for that Kimura.
Uh-oh. Stinson's blog. His blog about how he doesn't use technology.
Oh.
Nice start here.
Oh, I knew these guys were gonna wrestle.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to a wrestling match.
Oh, baby.
That looks painful. Uh-oh. Yep. Kushida wrestles in blue jeans.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. He's got those cool kicks. John Moxley wrestles in blue jeans sometimes, doesn't he? Kushida wrestles in Marty McFly gear is what he does.
Yeah, you can't ride a hoverboard in tights. All right. These guys are doing a great job, but we're going to need to ramp it up a little bit.
Listen at Will critiquing.
I would love to not see Gargano calling the match.
Let's not get a close-up on his face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop. Jesus.
It's in honor of hashtag NWA fam getting a new contract.
Yeah.
My wife just sent me a text that said, "Stop saying that. You are not Eli Drake."
I texted her to tell you that. I was like, please tell him to stop. I actually listened to most of the Triple H media call this week. Did you listen to any of that?
Oh, I did not.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I usually don't catch those, but I knew we were going to be watching this tonight. So I was like, oh. He spoke really highly of all the women's matches, really put over just women's wrestling at NXT. He mentioned that this incoming class to the Performance Center is the most skewed female class that they've had. So, like, this is the highest percentage of females in a class that they've enrolled, pretty much. So he talked a lot about the future looking bright for the women in NXT, and that was pretty exciting. Obviously spoke really highly of Io Shirai, and just, you know, not even as a female wrestler, just as a wrestler. He was very clear about that. Just she might be one of the best wrestlers, period.
Right.
Not female wrestlers. So it's kind of cool to hear him talking about that. And he talked about this match too being kind of a dream match for him, you know, stuff that he's wanted to see since you know, his role with NXT being what it is. And so that's another thing that would really make me believe that I think Kushida might go over here, because I think, you know, Triple H is invested in these kind of feuds heavily.
Yeah.
And I think he's wanting it to further everyone's career. And I think he wants Kushida to blow up. So
what I'm concerned about for Kushida is that Austin Theory disappeared.
Yeah.
And they went looking for Austin Theory, and they tried. It feels like a little tricksy on Gargano.
But I will say, as opposed to the main roster, NXT will pull one over on you where they'll have somebody interfere, but it won't work.
Right. That's a good point.
So that could very well be what we see in this match. Maybe Kushida wins in spite of some interference from Austin Theory.
Yeah. It's good to see you wrestling with the MMA. Welcome to the show.
What's up, buddy? How do we feel about the placement of this match being the second match?
Well, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I guess I'm trying to think of what other matches on the card. I was trying to think of how I would have structured it differently, I guess.
I guess we probably knew they would start with one of the tag matches.
Yeah. Makes sense to start with one of the Dusty Cup matches. And you got your North American title here. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they just knew this one would be more of a slowed down technical match after a big women's match that was a lot more hard hitting.
Yeah.
I say that as Gargano delivers a neck breaker along the ropes. Gargano favoring that arm. Kushida's done a lot of work on it. That's me attempting to do like regular commentary.
Yeah, Nation Show. I agree with this. Second match is on Takeover with main event AEW. Yeah, I love it. I love AEW, and we talk about AEW a lot, but I would put Takeovers a notch above. I mean, in terms of weekly programming, I prefer Dynamite, but man, Takeovers are something special. Like whoever's like putting these together. I mean, I know Triple H is kind of at the helm of NXT, but whoever's like booking the main booker that's putting these shows together and calling these matches, it's another level. The deal with Peacock, I think, kicks in March, right? So it'll start with WrestleMania, I think.
Yeah, it'll happen before. I think Elimination Chamber will be the last pay-per-view. Let's see. I'll look it up. I got an interweb right here.
You got the Googles. I'm excited for it, though. I watched Peacock a lot. I was actually watching it today, chilling out.
March 18th.
Starts with Fastlane. Okay. So they are doing Fastlane. It's my favorite pay-per-view of the year. Oh, he thinks. So we don't know. So we won't quote you as a source, front row, on that one. Yeah, I'm excited about it. There's a Peacock show that I really like called Mr. Mercedes. It's based on a Stephen King series or novel or something. Kind of one of those crime shows. It's really good. So they got a season 3 coming out in March. So March will be a big month for Peacock.
Yeah, I think so. Like all of NBC Sports is moving over there. It makes sense for WWE. I was reading a few things about it today, just saying that they just realized that they're big, but they're not big enough to like compete with these giant corporations that are going to be launching streaming services. So it makes more sense to just take the money and move in and join up with them, basically.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was nice. We got the quick pin switcheroos. Oh,
like this. Thought he had him for a second there. Oh, the double clothesline. JM, welcome back, buddy. Hey, man, you got a shirt coming your way, I think. I think that's you, right, JM? I think it's you. Anyway, just FYI. I don't know who the NWA is pushing when they return to doing shows. I think the pandemic has hurt them the most out of all major promotions. Yeah, I mean, it's hurt them a lot. I wouldn't actually even call them a major promotion as far as promotions go, which is the hard part, being honest. It's hurt them, but it hurt everybody. And Aldis is still there. Thunder Rosa's still there. Serena Deeb's champ. You got Aaron Stevens and Kratos. Pope, Trevor Murdoch, all those people. NWA kind of had a revolving door, though, so like the talent, we saw something from CW Anderson just yesterday or today saying that he'd be happy to go back when it's time. A lot of people that were on Power when it ended were gone. Tim Storm, by the way, Tim's still there. But people like Jack Stain, he'll still be around, I'm sure.
Crimson, all those guys.
I think they'll figure it out. There's a lot of talent out there in the world in wrestling that would love an opportunity to get on a national stage.
Yeah, I think you know, I think we've said this before, but obviously different audiences and not everybody watches all of our streams and everything. But I mean, the NWA started as, you know, more of a grassroots thing, started with 10 pounds of gold, kind of picked up people as they went. Not everybody was under contract. So, you know, it's not really fair to look at NWA through the same lens that you would look at an AEW or WWE NXT. They're not really a major promotion with a bunch of people under contract. So it is kind of, and by design, it's a revolving door of talent. Now they're champions and stuff. Obviously, they're going to get, you know, try to lock those down and do that. But I mean, when this pandemic hit, they kind of had to pause everything, you know. And I mean, you know, we know that Aldis just re-signed, or they picked up his extension. And so, I mean, they're not going anywhere. Power is coming back. To answer Dr. Red's question, it's been confirmed from William Patrick Corgan and Nick Aldis. So it's going to be back. We don't know exactly when and where, but we should find out, I would say, before WrestleMania. That's my prediction. Before WrestleMania, you'll know. But, you know, I know everybody loves to clamor about, you know, Starks and Zicky and Kingston and now Eli Drake and all these people leaving. But NWA has never been a promotion that was about locking people down. It's been about giving people a stage. So what's going to happen is we're talking about all these names right now, but when Power starts back a month after that, you're going to have a whole new list of names that you're talking about. And you're going to be like, gosh, why didn't I remember that there was tons of wrestlers out there available that would be great fits for NWA? And it's going to do nothing but expand our horizons and our knowledge of these talents, really. So
yeah, I think it's going to be a good thing. I mean, you know, I don't know. I just don't get bummed out that they that people like Eli Drake get signed with NXT. I mean, I'm happy for him. I wish we would have got Aldis and Drake, but you know, who knows what will happen in the future? Could still happen.
That's my point. There's somebody out there right now that we've never even seen, probably, or maybe that we have that we're just not even thinking about. That they're going to show up at NWA Power. They're going to be the next feud with Aldis, and we're going to not even be worried about Eli Drake. No offense to Eli Drake. He's going to be making waves in NXT, and we're going to be cheering him on as NWA alum. But my point is, like, we have this fatalistic view sometimes. It's like, oh, this is all that we had. Like Eli Drake, that was it. James Storm, that was all. You know, like these people that we, you know, we're clinging on to, and we need to just realize there's more, you know, and let's give the NWA a chance to introduce us to some more talent, just like they did the first time around. Because I wasn't familiar with Eli Drake before I watched Power.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously had some fans from Impact or something, but you know, not
never an Impact
fan. Yeah, same. I wasn't either. I
didn't. For me personally, Eli Drake got 100% over in my life as a wrestling fan just from the NWA Power. So, which means they can do that with anyone else. You know what I mean? Again, not a knock on Drake. He's good. He's moving on up, and that's awesome. We cheer him on and we support him. But like, the point is, the NWA can continue to cultivate, put that talent in front of us, tell compelling stories. I just don't have any doubt about it. I don't, and maybe it's just because I'm a naive, newer NWA fan, and I wasn't invested in these guys and other promotions and stuff like that. But to me, that just goes to show you that NWA can do what they set out to do, and they're going to continue to do it when they start back. So
yeah, and you never, you know, the landscape being as it is right now, you know, I see folks talking about MPW talent, Mission Pro Wrestling talent in their front row, talking about Thunder Rosa versus Genocide in the NWA studio, stuff like that. The way the landscape is right now, like, you never know who's going to show up. And even with the deals with like AEW and that sort of thing, the way Power was always set up is all you got to have them for is a couple of days. And then you're set, you know, like you're set to have them for a whole season. just in a couple of days when they film those shows, so that you can tell big stories with people just by taking a weekend. So that's kind of fun about the possibilities or a flexibility that the NWA might have, I think. So I don't know, man. I'm just not worried at all. Like, I feel confident that they're in a great position when they're ready to start back.
Yeah, and I think it's just about opening up your viewpoint. I mean, if you gave me 30 minutes and I hid my screen again, or I turned my camera off and I hopped on Google and YouTube, I could probably find you 10 incredible unsigned talents that are out there. I could find you YouTube clips of them at indie shows, and I could find people that quickly and just be like, this person could flourish on Power. This person would be awesome to see framed up in NWA in the GPB studios. Like, the talent's out there. We just have, it's like we have our blinders on and we only know what we know, And
Right.
the NWA reminded at least me as a wrestling fan, because I was like that too, but I was only looking at WWE and AEW. And when I started watching NWA, it was like the blinders came off and I was like, God, there's so much out here, even with like Squared Circle and all that kind of stuff that they were doing, they said it. It's not a term we coined, but a revolving door of talent. Like, that's what they set out to be. And I feel like they accomplished that when they were operating, and that's what they're going to do again. So I just, like, all opinions are valid, right? So obviously it bums us out. And if you want to write off the NWA, that's totally cool. Go for it. I predict you'll be back. If you liked Power before, you're going to be back when it comes back. So if you want to write it off now, I'm just not that. I just don't have that mindset. I don't share that opinion with you.
Yeah, same. Front row calling you out again, Will.
Circle? Did I say Squared Circle? Sorry, I've been on Reddit too much.
Thanks, Wrestling with the MMA. Yeah, if you're new here, please subscribe. We need to hit 1,000 subscribers. That would be amazing. We have the amount of hours to be monetized. We just need the subscribers. We need 1,000 people, and then this channel is monetized. And then we'll be even have our own tip jar here.
Then we all just retire.
Yeah, we'll all just retire.
We all just retire and
we can just keep sprucing up this community. Just keep investing.
And then we live. We all. Then all three of us can live like Rob already does.
Right. Exactly. Oh, I thought Gargano was tapping there, but no, he's just waving that arm.
He was saying
Kushida's pants are dirty, like he's been sitting on something dirty. You think he was sitting on a bench outside of the Capitol Center?
Oh.
Wow! Oh, I thought that was 3, dude. I thought that was 3.
I'm telling you, man, the near falls in NXT are like heart-stopping for me. Like, I bite on every single one of them almost.
Kushida's just, I love the tenacity of Kushida, that he is constantly after that arm. Like, he is just not laying off that arm. Gargano's just like, please get away from me. We got the fight forever chance.
Yes. Only in NXT. They don't ever say that on the main show. You ever notice that? When it's Baron Corbin and Dominique Mysterio, they're never chanting fight forever on that one. I always say this when we watch TakeOver, but I love the black mat. I just think that's that
is cool.
Such a cool touch. Reminds me, like, did they used to do that in like WCW or something like back in the day? Wasn't that like? I feel like that's a callback, but
yeah. Good point, front row. Steve Austin said, "Work a body part, kid."
Well, he's doing it.
Lamb, I like having you around. You've got a lot of history, especially with the like New Japan talent, it seems like. So, like, going after the arm has always been Kushida's game plan. Sadly, he's not allowed to use a small package driver on NXT.
Ooh, there he goes.
Oh, my God. Tap, Johnny.
How did he do that?
JM saying WCW had black mats before, so that's probably
what. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's one of the things that happens in my mind when I watch it. He's about to tap.
Just tap, Gargano.
I bet Austin's.
No,
he's not the rope. Don't let him. Nope.
Just tap. Just tap. USOB, tap out. Oh, come on. Come on.
That was hella exciting, though.
I love it because Kushida's still not letting it go. He's just like rolling with him
pulling him out of the ring.
You go, give me that arm. Give me that arm, Johnny. Oh man.
Hey, let go now.
My God.
Nope, we got it back. Oh.
I'm falling in love with Kushida in this match. Like
Oh yeah, man.
Oh. Sorry to hear that, Brad. That is disappointing.
Thoughts and prayers, my man.
Yep. Oh no.
Oof.
Now I'm just going to be disappointed if Kushida doesn't win this match.
I know. I'm going to be super bummed.
Oh, man, this match. Dude, they have turned it up. I love this. Yeah, you're right, Lamb. They Gargano was, I mean, he's crafty, man. Kind of give it to him. Clay Davis not feeling too strong on Facebook about Eli Drake. We'll see. We'll see. But now he's on NXT, so no Baron Corbin there, buddy. No.
Come on.
No. No.
I am. That's a rare NXT bummer moment for me.
And Austin Theory played no part in that. So that's just
the point?
Ongoing story we're going to have to deal with throughout this show. Oh, God, what a great match. But so bummed about that outcome. Really, really was pulling for Kushida on that one.
Yeah, same.
God, Kushida. What I love about that, I love about Kushida there is like it just that kind of strategy can work on anybody. So
yeah,
if I can take him anywhere, just constantly going after that arm. It's kind of fun watching him just like trying to latch onto it.
Yeah, it was like you're rooting for him just to get the arm for most of the match. It's like, he almost got it.
Hell of a DDT though. No, I know, Clay. No hate, and you were perfectly in your rights to criticize WWE booking. You're not going to find any enemies here as far as thinking that they've earned it. But I hope for better for Eli I'm going to try to keep the faith for it, try to keep a positive attitude. I want to see him succeed. Yeah, JM, that's the same thing I was thinking before, is that just Gargano had always had these short reigns, so maybe they're trying to give him some solid victories with that North American title to make it count. So, I mean, clearly maybe they're doing that, but it just it was sad because Kushida put on a hell of a show, and it made me want to see him take it.
I just hope he doesn't like fade into the background now that he, had this unsuccessful feud, and I just hope he doesn't get like shuffled around in the mix.
Yeah,
Kushida.
Maybe that was enough to get him some credit as a competitor there. That they'll want to put him in the spotlight a little more. Elimination Chamber coming up. That's Sunday. Next Sunday is Elimination Chamber. It's always something.
They don't give us a break, do they?
I don't like the title being defended in an Elimination Chamber. Can I say that? Like, I like the idea that there was like the Royal Rumble winner gets to go on, and whichever title he doesn't pick or she doesn't pick, like there could be an Elimination Chamber match to earn a contendership for a WrestleMania, for the other one,
Yeah.
Shirai, very flexible. I cannot lift my leg that high.
Oh, I can do that.
She seems very casual about it.
Yeah, that's just like how she normally stands.
All right, we're getting that Dusty Men's final.
All right. What are we thinking on this? MSK?
I almost feel like it just has to be. Like they were, I don't know. I don't know. I really thought MSK and like, who was it? Ciampa and Thatcher were on the other side and lost to the Grizzled Young Vets. Is that who it was? I feel like that's what happened. But anyway, no, it feels like if you've already got MSK this far, then I guess that's how you do it. You debut them as the winners of the tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that would go a long way, too, for kind of re-amping up the tag team division in NXT, which I think is something that they're obviously trying to do.
Yeah, yeah. Which they need to do, honestly.
Yeah.
They don't – a lot of WWE teams often seem thrown together. So feels like you want to get it on a solid, like, pre-set up tag team. Which, I mean, I guess Grizzled Young Vets fit that mold too, but MSK Wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, JM feeling the same way. Front row feeling the same way. MSK, I feel like that's the consensus. Yeah.
Your wife's gonna get so mad.
I know, my dad. Should I say my dad?
That was a weird slip.
All right, everybody, secrets out. My dad's my wife.
Oh man, South Carolina for you.
All right. Let's see.
All right.
I know, Lamb. I'm sorry. My wife did call me out earlier, and I couldn't help it. I said it when it was in the chat. I would say it. You're going to get me in trouble here. Yeah, JM, I'm on the same page as you. WWE's been too lazy with tag teams. None of them feel important or give them serious storylines other than the champs lose an odd title match to challengers. That does, yeah.
I will say, though, that has not always been the case for NXT.
Yeah, you're right. NXT's been better.
I mean,
I would not be calling
you got to think of like the days of like the Revival versus American Alpha. You know what I mean? Like they had a strong tag division at one point in time, and really like for most of NXT's existence, they've had a very prominent tag division. And I think it's just the past like year or two where it's just felt like a copy and paste of main WWE, type treatment of tag teams. So I'm hoping this is going to be a catalyst to steer them back to where they need to be.
Oh,
I like their scarves. I have a scarf collection right above my monitor here.
nice.
All my football scarves, which is soccer, in case you thought I meant American football.
That's the only real football.
I mean, depending on the crowd you're talking to, probably this crowd, football means something different.
Daft green pajamas. That's what happens before a match.
I hate it when they throw the mic out.
And then I put it in security dating feelings are seen. There's the young face. Right? That's what he said.
Yeah, word for word.
I apologize to all of our UK watchers. I know you're all in here right now.
I think they're all asleep. So
You're probably right.
they'll probably watch later. It always freaks me out, when they have the screens repurposed for like the intros and stuff, and then like suddenly it becomes like hundreds of people. It's always like, oh god, where did you guys come from?
All right. J-Cow reporting in our Discord, by the way, that the Dirty Daddy Chris Dickinson also signed with NXT.
Oh, wow.
Which is interesting news.
That will be
that
interesting for that UWN tournament. Obviously.
Try to find any reports on that. That one bummed me out just a little bit, just because of the idea that he was going to compete for that UWN title. It's too bad.
Yeah, I mean, especially for those of us who invested a lot of viewing time into that tournament and all of that, even though it didn't get completed in 2020. Oof. Yeah, I am really glad as a traditional tag team guy that we ended up with 2 actual tag teams, 2, in the finals here.
Right.
I mean, I liked Riddle and Dunne, but they're not a tag team today, so.
Mm. All right.
Oh, what's everyone's thoughts on the match so far? Let us know in the chat. It's been as exciting as we thought. I think it started off a little slow, but then they quickly got into.
Well, it made sense to have that big technical match right before this one. This was going to be all over the place, it looks like.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I guess they were trying to get the match flow down.
Yeah, and I guess that's what you got to take into consideration too if you're booking what the matches are going to accomplish. Make sure you give it a good arc. Imagine we'll have somewhat of a palate cleanser after this match.
Yeah, that may be the case. Oh, nice neck breaker. Did you just see a neck breaker, Will? Are we in the same place?
Yep. All right. We are.
Just making sure Will's watching the same show I am.
I'm watching Gilmore Girls. What are you watching?
Gilmore Girls. Lorelai just did a neck breaker. It's perfect timing. What are the odds? Hey, man, Grizzled Young Vets looking good here, too.
Yeah,
and Chris, they're a real team. One guy with a real nice head of hair, the other one with no hair. That's my special wrestling insight.
You talking about them or us?
Clever girl. Something else to put your own face on the back of your tights, too.
Mm-hmm.
I think Warrior used to do that. Maybe Rick Rude.
Rick Rude would put it on his crotch.
I was going to say, Rick Rude would put your wife on his crotch. That's what he would do.
So rude.
Oh, well, that's what he does. Oh. Gotta appreciate those guys that are. Will, do your veins ever pop out of your head? Like, can you ever see your veins popping out? Like, I can see Gibson here. He's on top of this submission. You can see like a vein popping out there.
Yeah, I don't ever work that hard.
That makes sense.
Maybe when Rob gets me riled up, sometimes I'm a
little right. That's how we'll know if it's working. The vein in Will's head starts popping out. Mm-mm-mm.
Sorry, this is one of those matches I just like to watch, so I'm not giving a lot of commentary.
Oh.
All right. Looking for a hot tag here. Oh. Well, I mean, where's he going to be?
Yeah, don't know.
Oh. The referee didn't hear that happening? Nope.
That referee has a hell of a tan. Hell of a burn. Really.
Yeah.
Something. Skullduggery. You're right, front row. Boatload of action. Front row with all the colorful descriptive.
And like a large boat too, not like a little fishing boat, like a big boat. Like a pontoon.
Exactly. It's like a pontoon of action.
That's going to be their new slogan, NXT.
Lamb is on top of it. Look at this. Like Drake Wirtz. Tan is always on fire.
Yeah.
Lamb be knowing the refs and everything. I like that. Oh. Yeah. Nation Show trying to get me kicked out of the house. Thank you for that, Nation Show.
Here we go.
Nope. No, wait, what's he doing? No, what are you doing?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, man. That guy. Woo.
Man, that's some intensity right there.
He's in some ups.
Punching the announce table?
Yeah. I like that.
This dude's feeling it.
Oh, what?
Oh, wow.
That was amazing.
Oh, man.
I'm getting educated here. Apparently, Drake was in, is it Drake Wirtz from CZW fame?
Wow.
Crazy. I love this. Thanks, you guys. I'm glad you guys are here. I hope you're subscribed. You're exactly the kind of people we need in our community. You should go to the Twitter and our pinned tweets for the Discord. You should join the Discord as well. Well, JM and Lamb, it's good to have folks like you with that kind of knowledge. And front row, too, I guess. You know, he's all right. Oh, man. Oof. This match is wild.
Yeah, I feel like this is winding down.
I mean, something's got to give. They ain't got no more cardio for all this.
Yeah.
You can't go an hour at this pace.
Man. Holy crap. These guys are on another level.
I know. That intensity is amazing. Oh, that cutter. Jeez. 1, 2. Oh, not so fast.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to be the ending.
Just felt good. It felt good to just go with it. Oh. Gibson trying to fight back out of this. These guys are all over. Agreed, Lamb. This is tag team wrestling.
Yep.
Front row. Holy hell. Incredible tag match. Solid storytelling. Front row. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see.
Now you're just trying to piss her off.
No, it's in the chat.
I know. You're just reading the chat. That's what you got to tell her.
Look at that. 450. Nice job. No.
How did he kick out of that? That was crazy.
Yeah. Guys, gonna get me in trouble. All right.
That was one of those like desperation kickouts, like that looked real. You know what I mean? Like, so.
That's a lot. Will that even show on the? Oh yeah, it will. I was just curious.
So yeah.
I hope that's not true. I feel like it's not. So
yeah, I don't know why you would be saying that on a pro wrestling board, but
yeah, it doesn't really seem like
definitely find somewhere that can help you.
Agreed, Dr. Red. Incredible talent on display here right now with these guys. This is awesome. I didn't mean to do that right off the bat, but here we go.
What? Oh my gosh, watch this. Oh,
no way. Oh, no.
Holy crap.
Oh, Swanton or Senton, I guess I should say. Not. Oh, no. That's got to be it. That's got to be the end. 1, 2. No.
Oh, my gosh. Holy cow.
That is insane.
Wow.
Oh. What happened to their bikes? What is happening? Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Not good. Oh, I don't like the convulsing like he's doing. It's good selling, but it's kind of scary. It's a little bit dramatic.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh man, that is incredible. That is insane. What is going to happen with this match?
Man. Uh-oh. This is going to be a tough one to overcome. Oh.
2. No.
No, okay.
How can you say he's in over his head right now? Slap.
It's just taunting.
Oh, what's happening? Oh, nice.
He's back.
They're letting these guys show out here. We thought it was winding down like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
got to be
it. That's got to be it.
1, 2, 3. That's
There
it.
it is.
All right.
Whew. That
Nice.
was match of the night so far.
Oh yeah, that's hard to top. That was impressive.
It's hard to follow Gargano, Kushida, but these boys did it. They did it well. That was amazing.
Is it impossible to be in love with a match? It is Valentine's Day.
Yes, it is. Happy Valentine's Day to front row in this match.
The front row and Mrs. Front Row.
Well. Oh, well. Well. Look what the cat dragged in.
You know what? I'm going to change it up a little bit. Boom.
Oh, we give it
The
too
talk
much
is
power.
here for ratings.
Much
This is.
power.
I feel out of place now. What is this? What
Hey,
is
man.
this?
So Power's not coming back? is that what I heard?
That's what you heard.
That's old news, bro.
Sorry, man. Hey, man. Bruh. Just had a great Valentine's Day dinner, man. I'm about 5 Sazeracs in.
Interesting.
This is Front Row. Yeah. That's a thing tonight, Rob. Sorry, I'm getting in trouble with my wife as I do it. But Rob, are you aware of the news? Did you see?
That Power's not coming back?
Not that one. No, that Eli Drake made his NXT debut today.
What?
Yeah. He is now his name now is LA Knight. But he is a
What? His name is what?
LA, like the initials, LA.
Like as in
night,
Los Angeles?
Like a night, yeah.
Like a night in LA where he lives.
Yeah. Like a night, like, KNIGHT.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I didn't think you would.
His name is Eli Drake, and I've been critical of Eli Drake, but he is a former. Wait a second, where'd Will go?
I'm here. My computer, when Rob joined, my computer just crapped.
Oh, I know, man. I know.
Turning my camera off till it catches up.
So are you watching, Rob? You got your NXT put up?
I don't have your login info. I thought I did.
You mean?
Yeah, I'm pulling the network up right now, baby. I'm pulling
up your login information.
Yeah, that's right. Hey,
you gotta support the indies, Rob. Get with it.
Exactly. Okay, watch live. So, hold on now. So, hold on. Go back to what you go back. You had me at Eli. What'd you say?
Well, now you got to watch Cameron Grimes up here.
I love
you know the story behind
Cameron Grimes now.
Well, he found him an Atari or something last week. Well, actually, a few weeks ago, and he fell in love with video games. Then he found a store called GameStop, and he went in there and he was like, "Woo, wait, GameStop! I want to invest in this," and he did, and right on time. Cameron Grimes has earned millions off his GameStop investment. So there he is. I assume he sold when it was time, but I don't.
I guess so. He wasn't.
So Cameron Grimes is now a rich man.
Eli Drake got the call, man. He's at the dance, huh?
He's at the dance. NXT made his debut in the pre-show. LA Knight is here.
That hurts me a little bit, man.
Yeah, it's a bummer. That's why there's not going to be any more Power. They shut it down because Eli Drake left, and then that means there's not going to be Power anymore.
I'm going to tell you right now, man.
Tell us.
These non-believers, the only thing that will make me non-believe is if it's a guy showed up here in a guy showed up in NXT, a new mysterious figure under the name of like King Lynn. King Lynn. And it turned out to be none other than Nick Aldis. Changed his name. It's going to
be like
Cumberbatch.
Brutus Cumberbatch.
Brutus Cumberbatch. If that happened, man, that'd be it for me, boy. That'd be like the damn Stinson just dropped off the face of the earth, man. We ain't heard from him.
Been on the show in weeks.
He put all his memorabilia up on eBay. He's done with it. All right, here we go now.
Oh, he's just wrapping his wrist. It can't be time yet for that.
But Pete Dunne. I got my money on Pete Dunne now.
I don't know if I support that bet.
Well, that's like your opinion. Burn. All right.
Sorry, I'm shifting my stuff around so I can lounge a little bit. I'm gonna lounge. Oh yeah. Got my feet up. Get a little cozy.
Did y'all watch Impact last night?
Did not. I did not. Heard that. I did hear that Private Party came up short. Is that true?
Yeah. I just saw a lot of Gary memes that said, and still. Such and such champion. And still. So I'm assuming.
Pretty uneventful.
Yeah. Nondescript, one might say.
I probably wouldn't say that because I'm not sure what that means.
It basically means uneventful.
I'll learn a new word.
Toni Storm. We got Io Shirai and Mercedes Martinez.
It's going to be a good one.
Oh, man.
Io Shirai is
She fired, dog. Io Shirai is legit.
It's a good point, Gary.
I love the music on Takeover, man. They always keep it real with the rock, keeping it rock and roll.
You got your NXT playing on your Rokus?
I got it on my computer to monitor. Personally.
I was about to say, is that you got who else has a Roku TV? I'm wondering, is there
I'm watching on my tablet.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out if there's a Bluetooth function on the Roku TV so I can listen to it.
Well, Front Row was giving us the rundown on ISPs earlier and why there's a lag and stuff like that. So you might want to, if you have any IT needs, just reach out to Front Row.
Okay.
I'll get you hooked up.
That's what's up.
I'm excited for this one.
Hey, I saw Shinsuke in a little promo just a second ago.
Yeah, he was in that promo.
Don't sleep on Mercedes Martinez, man. I'm telling you.
I am not. I'll tell you that. I am not.
So y'all picking Io Shirai in this, right?
I'm picking Io.
I'm picking Toni Storm, but
yeah.
Really, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised by any outcome in this.
Yeah, and that's what makes a good match.
Boom. And if you got three of them, that's what makes a triple threat.
It's like, because triple threat means 3 threat.
Yes.
That's what that means in English.
She's got great art, skin art, man. I'm trying to talk Tanya into getting stoked. Tanya's been wanting to work on a sleeve for a minute, but she's just like can't pull that trigger. She wants to, but she can't pull that trigger. I'm like, come on, man. It's not like what you mean. Toni, boy. Toni.
I like Toni.
This is my girl right here, Toni Storm.
So the big factor in this match is going to be, I mean, these ladies have gone on talking about how they're going to take out Io, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a little bit of combustion right here between the two of them. So do they truly team up and take out Io when one of them wins, or is there just too much competitive friction and too much going on, and Io just outsmarts everybody? That's kind of where I'm coming from.
I think probably both of their strategy, and I'm not trying to overthink this. I mean, everybody wants a belt. They're going to work together to eliminate Io or incapacitate her, and then it's one-on-one, and then it's every woman for herself, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, she's got a great entrance, man.
Yeah, she does.
She's got a great entrance. Pound for pound, man, male or female, pound for pound, Io Shirai might be the best in the business right now. I put her, La Rosa Negra from Mission Pro, and then you got Kenny Omega and you got Aldis. To me, those are like your pound for pound best wrestlers in the game right now, top of their game.
Right.
Front row teasing, will we see Taya tonight? Taya Valkyrie, it has been announced, has signed with NXT or WWE. I think. Did they specify front row? I don't remember seeing that specification.
I thought it said NXT. I could be wrong. Could be WWE.
It always feels like they try to keep those couples together. So
yeah.
Yeah. So that's a big loss for the Dark Order.
What are you talking about?
Ty Conti?
No, Taya Valkyrie, dog.
I'm just joking, bro.
Come on, man. Come on.
I'm making jokes, man. So I had a
like Conti was in NXT.
Yeah.
And asked for a release, if I'm not mistaken, or something.
Yeah. I had you guys ever had a Sazerac before?
Yeah, man. I had a Sazerac at the Sazerac. And
in New Orleans?
Yeah.
In New Orleans?
Yes, sir.
You a lie, bro.
I ain't a lie, man. I went
You ain't been in no doggone New Orleans. You ain't been in no doggone New Orleans. You said you never left.
Bro, my honeymoon was in New Orleans.
First of all,
prove it.
And I used to go like every year. We were just talking about making plans to go again this year.
I'm not 100% in love with your tone, Gary. Point A.
This is the spice. This is the spice we've been missing for the last hour and a half. Keep going right there.
That Sazerac, though, man, that Sazerac, that is for those who don't know, and I know Front Row knows. Front Row is probably sipping one right now with a cigar. The Sazerac is the oldest American cocktail. Born and bred in New Orleans. And you can go to the place that it was created in New Orleans, right outside
Did you hear that, Gary?
Border.
Did you know that, Gary?
I did know that.
Yeah, Frenchman Street, man, and it's a very, very subtle. It's a great drink. It's my favorite cocktail. It's a rye whiskey with an absinthe wash and bitters in there. And if you get it just right, man, you only need about 2-3 of them. I've done have about 5 or 6 today. So
Rob's tried to casually drop in here. He's turned. He is turned and ready for a wrestle party.
Well, I see you Front Row. I'm a wine guy, but basically a Sazerac is the wine of cocktails. Am I right, Gary?
Yeah, I could see that.
It's the wine of cocktails. So, that good absinthe. Front row when we go to the power taping, man. When we're back, right there close to the GPB studio is a Sazerac bar. It's right by the Fox Theater. Me and you are gonna go, and we're gonna have us a Sazerac. Promise.
Man, it's just too bad that Power's done.
Yeah, true. Guess we'll have to wait till AEW comes to town or something.
I know, man.
Have to figure it out. Maybe AEW will do a show in the GPB studios.
Yeah.
You guys know whose birthday it is today, don't you?
It's
Gary knows whose birthday it is tomorrow, but not today.
Gary looking around like, dang, bro, like why y'all coming at me?
Sorry. Rob brings out the snarkiness in me when he shows up. So I'm sorry.
See that. But no, I have no idea whose birthday it is today.
Well, we know it's Viscera's birthday, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I knew it was Viscera's, but I thought you meant somebody else.
It is somebody else's. It is Big Gold's birthday today.
Who? Big Gold's birthday?
February 14th, 1986, at Battle of the Belts 2, Championship Wrestling from Florida, Ric Flair versus Barry Windham. Ric Flair debuts the Big Gold for the first time. There was not a grand presentation like there was in 1973 when Sam Muchnick presented the 10 pounds of gold. It was just, he just came out with it, and then on February the 22nd, 8 days later, in the Turner studio, in an interview with Tony Schiavone and Dave Crockett, Flair formally presented the belt, complete with misspelled nameplate, RICK Flair. But the belt was debuted, Big Gold debuted today, Valentine's Day in 1986. And I actually have got a 3-part TikTok coming out tonight. It's already ready. I just haven't posted it yet. A 3-part TikTok to make you watch the 3 of them to boost my viewers and my followers, because I'm following the SPO advice.
I'll take back what I said. Yeah. So go follow us on TikTok, TIPW Show. Guys, I hit 7,000 followers on TikTok yesterday. So pretty exciting.
Who was that?
Oh, that was my TikTok. I opened up TikTok. I was just going to show you what I hit yesterday.
Dang, bruh. Let me show you what I hit.
Don't show us. It's inappropriate.
Look at that big 7'9", baby.
Oh, come on, y'all. We got to get.
I'm happy at 7. I'm happy at 79.
Listen, if you guys are on TikTok
don't.
And you only get TikTok to follow us.
Don't. Will. Last time y'all were like, hey, man, follow Rob on Twitter. My numbers have steadily gone down since then.
Nobody listens to us.
No. Yeah, no. Our influence is. No, I'm just kidding, Will. Go ahead.
Yeah, get TikTok. It's good content. That's all I'm saying.
That's all.
When are you gonna post? When are you gonna post these?
I'm working on it right now, bro. That's why I keep looking down like this.
Okay, cool.
I got to put in my squiggles and my entrances and my stickers and whatnot. Other than that, it's ready to go, baby.
You got to put your squiggles in. Those squiggles are important.
Squiggles, my squiggles and wingdings and ding dong.
Don't put your ding dong in there. TikTok doesn't allow that.
I was like, this joker got deleted.
Oh my god!
Must have been a copyright thing.
Yeah, Shirai. She is one of the tinier women in the women's division, but her legs are ripped, bruh.
Yeah.
She did not skip leg day.
Nope.
Who's that?
Io Shirai.
Oh yeah,
Well,
Io Shirai.
Hands up, man. Her legs are cut like a mug, boy. And mugs are cut.
Oh yeah, I got a mug right over here. It's cut. Somebody cut it.
It just fell apart. The dish just fell apart.
Oh my gosh,
That is
that didn't work out.
Toni Storm's like, damn. There goes my contract.
She's telling her now. She's like,
Vince is not
the desk just fell apart, so we're going to have to think of something else.
The desk broke, so sorry, I'm frozen.
Why would she say that?
No, that had implications on our show, man. That reverberated through our show. Look at Wheels all frozen.
I know I can't even move. Oh, there I am. Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh.
our technology was directly linked into that disc.
Io, there's no table to land on. What are you doing? Io, no!
Io don't care.
Oh!
Io don't care.
Whew.
I'm like Toni, man. Toni, girl, I can take you away from all of this.
How, Rob? Toni, I got tables that don't break.
Toni Storm.
That was all Toni. Look at this. Toni didn't catch her. I mean, Mercedes didn't catch nothing. That was all Toni Storm.
Of the famous Storm family.
I was going to say, any relation?
Is, yeah. Tim Storm's goddaughter. Io, you crazy girl.
All right, see, now with Toni and Mercedes. All friendships aside.
That's crazy.
That's wild, bro. Man, NXT's women's division kills it, bro.
Yeah, they do.
They
I
kill
was
it.
telling Gary earlier before you were on here, I was listening to Triple H's media call, and he was speaking very highly of the women's division and the incoming class to the Performance Center being very heavily female. So the future's
good.
Future's looking bright.
Sazerac. Thanks, Rob.
Got you, baby. I got you, boo.
Where's your wife at?
She upstairs.
She have a Sazerac?
Nah, she don't drink Sazeracs.
What's
She
wrong
don't
with
like
her?
She's too good.
Nah, she's like she's a wine girl, like a front row, man. She likes that wine, man. Don't get me wrong. I mean, she will drink a cocktail. Don't get me wrong about that, but she's been sipping on wine pretty much all day. She likes Malbecs, which is a South American wine. That's
my
my
fave.
favorite wine.
from Argentina, man. That's a native to Argentina, not a French wine, not an Italian wine.
No, Malbec's my favorite too, man. Love
Really?
some Malbec. Yeah.
I can handle it. I'm not, I'm not a big fan of dry wines. I like Moscatos, sangrias, mixed wines, wine conglomerates, I guess.
Oh, Io recovers or retains. Io recovers.
That was a little, well, I guess we just came out of a really long match, but that was a little shorter than I thought it was going to be. It's just to be in a triple
What a
threat.
great looking women's belt, man, too.
I love that belt.
That title is dope, boy. So fill me in on what I missed before this, besides LA Knight.
Oh man, you missed a killer tag team match, the Dusty Classic.
The finals. The finals.
MSK.
Yeah. MSK and Grizzled Young Vets.
You got to go back and watch
awesome.
that. Started off with the women's Dusty Classic. Refresh my memory, Gary. I know we just watched it.
It was why did I just forget their names? It was Ember Moon and Shotzi Blackheart versus Raquel Gonzalez and
Dakota Kai. Yeah.
Okay.
Had to get my mind right for a second. Anyway, Raquel Gonzalez and Dakota Kai ended up taking that one. First women's tag team Dusty Classic winners. Then you got Johnny Gargano taking on Kushida, and that was outstanding. An outstanding match. Just a great technical wrestling match. Just really, really good. Gargano retained. And then you got MSK versus the Grizzled Young Vets, and that was fabulous as well. All over the place. Two different types of matches. Gargano and Kushida was very technical. The tag match, MSK and Grizzled Young Vets, was high flying and just great tag action, just in and out, just all over the place. Lots of near falls. Just a really, really good match. And anyway,
I'm gonna tell you what, man.
MSK took it.
Cool. People like. I don't think Gargano gets enough credit because he does the bit, with his kind of comic. He's funny. He is a great technical worker, man. He is really, really sound wrestler.
Oh, he was good, man. He was so good, and Kushida really just like blew my mind tonight too. Like what was great about him is he would go after Gargano's arm, and it's just I'm sure this has happened many times in wrestling, but it's just been so long since I've seen somebody do this. Like he went after Gargano's arm early, like trying to hit like a Kimura, grab him in a Kimura and stuff like that,
right?
And just like constantly worked that arm. I was just like all into it during the match. Like every time Kushida could get a chance, he was back on that arm, like trying to put it in some kind of lock, trying to stomp on it, he was working that arm. He was going to submit him with an arm bar. He was desperate to just break his arm or something. It was crazy, but he was like a pit bull. There's your boy.
Hold on. Don't do it. No. Oh man. I mean, you know what?
There it is.
Good for you, bro. I just wish they wouldn't change your name. You've done so much under that name, and I wish they wouldn't do that, dude. Why do they do that? Change the man's name.
My screen froze. It looks like I fell asleep, but I didn't.
It's like John Proctor said in The Crucible. Let me speak on this, man. It's like John Proctor said in The Crucible. They're like, sign.
He did there. Well,
why do I need you to sign my name? Why won't you sign your name? Because it's my name. In my life, I can have no other. You've taken my dignity. You've taken my goodness. Leave me my name. Leave me my name, Gary. But you know what? If NXT came to me tomorrow and was like, hey, Doc Rob, there's
a good chance it could happen.
Here's your contract. Only thing is this. You're no longer going to be Doc Rob. You're about to be Doc McStuffins. Guess what I'm going to be?
That's some good SEO right there.
Guess what I'm going to be? Doc McStufflins.
You're now Cockroach.
Wait, is this match happening now? When's this pay-per-view in? Dang, it's not even 9 o'clock.
Early. Yeah, they've been doing these early.
Lamb saying we should check out Kushida versus Hiromu Takahashi from Wrestle Kingdom.
Ooh.
Yeah, that'd be
yeah.
I will do that.
For sure.
Lamb's been good tonight, man. He's been like giving us all kinds of backstory and history, especially on like some New Japan guys. It's been nice.
Yeah, man. Feel free to pop in every Sunday night.
Yeah, man.
Valuable resource. I love.
Welcome to the fan, Lamb.
It's one of the things I love about our crowd is that highly educated wrestling fans. I love it.
Pete Dunne's good, dude. I don't see it tonight. I don't see it for him.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix my camera here.
I think the two most intense guys right now in NXT are Tim Thatcher and Pete Dunne. And Tommaso Ciampa is up there with them.
Well, you see Ciampa and Thatcher teaming now. So
yeah, man. Cool. I like that. I like that a lot.
I'm so glad Finn Balor went back to NXT.
Yeah, me too.
He plays such more a prominent role than he was on Raw and SmackDown.
Do you know something I noticed, by the way, just to give props while I'm thinking of it, just because they showed it here, is this thing with Edge? Look at, can you see 3 of them standing there together?
Yeah.
This is how brilliant Edge is, because nobody points this out, but like Edge stood away from those guys.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, I don't know for a fact that he did this on purpose, but Pete and Finn are both much, much smaller than Edge.
Mm-hmm.
And when he was in the ring with them, he never stood like maybe at the very end, but like he never stood like right up on them. He stood like back against the ropes. And so like every camera angle you see, it looks like they're as tall or taller than Edge. And I just think that's I don't know. I was watching that interview happen, or that interaction between the 3 of them, and I was like, man, he Edge just has positioning down. Like he just knows what's best for in the ring and that sort of thing.
God, Pete Dunne's a badass, man. Like his look, his demeanor, he's just a scary dude. Like I love his persona.
The bruiserweight. I mean, he's a badass, dude. First NXT UK champ, right? So.
Yeah, he's just intense, boy.
I want to get one of those jackets, like the long jackets with no sleeves. Just wear it out in public and watch people like be like, "You're like my arms are extremely cold."
There. Right here.
My arms are extremely cold, but the rest of me is very warm.
What's up, Ryan Murphy? Welcome, buddy.
Ryan, what's up, bud?
Lamb, you're right. Yeah, Dunne 27, Balor's nearly 40, and wrestles like he's 30. Yeah, Balor still got it, man. Balor is in ridiculous shape. Like just
I just, again, like I said a minute ago, I just think it's so smart for Balor to have gone back to NXT because he's on top where he belongs. Unfortunately, because of whatever limitations, whether it's Vince or whoever, he was never going to have that sustained run at the top on the main roster. And he just needs to own NXT. And he does. I mean,
yeah,
he deserves it. He's earned it. He owned it before when he was there. He came back, jumped right back in where he left off. And I just think he needs to stay there as long as he can.
Yeah, Ryan, we were saying the same thing. Rob was trying to talk him out of signing that contract, but he did it.
He didn't listen. Nobody ever listens to Rob.
Yeah.
You know? Come on.
Still, you're right, Lamb. I totally forgot about that. My apologies. Tyler Bate did win the first NXT UK. I totally remember that too. And totally forgot about that. But anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, still one of my favorite entrances in the WWE is Finn Balor's as well. Wonder if we'll ever see the Demon again. It's been a long time now.
I missed that. I mean, you could always bet on that at takeovers when he was in NXT before.
Yeah,
that was always a big draw.
These two looking at each other like just facing off there. They're just like,
yeah, this is a believable feud. I don't know if it's gotten that much story behind it, but just the way these guys look and act.
I mean, the stuff I've seen is honestly, it's been kind of Balor brushing him off a little bit when he's had his like other stuff going on, and Pete's been like kind of coming after him, and Balor keeps kind of like waiting in line. You know, finally Pete got there.
Oh, I just noticed the hanging mic on the announcer.
Oh, yeah. So weird. My arms look exactly like Pete Dunne's.
Yeah, dude. I was gonna say, like, is that Gary or Pete?
Yeah.
What's crazy is I look just like Finn Balor when I wear briefs. So
yeah. It's what keeps your wife around. We're all very lucky that not all women care about looks. I'm not speaking for you, Will. I think you're beautiful. I'm speaking for me.
No,
and Rob, it's clear money, but just saying.
For me, it's TikTok followers. Like,
right. We're all rich in our own ways.
Yeah.
Rob's rich in dollars. Will's rich in TikTok followers. I'm rich in calories.
You're rich in spirit, Gary.
Yeah, that's it.
You have a lot of spirit.
Oh, man.
Oh, we want to thank everybody for hanging out with us here as we go into the main event. It's been good hanging out with us.
This bad boy right here.
What'd you say?
I said we about to see some chain wrestling up in here.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna take my bathroom break before this ramps up so I can make sure I see the bulk of it.
Yeah, me too. No, I'll wait till he gets back. I'll wait till he gets
back. Okay, I was going to say, well, bye, everybody. I guess it's just me.
Well, you typing like a mug, boy.
Oh, they're going to start off slow. They got this.
Yeah. This is
wrestling going on.
You got to settle in. This is going to be a classic right here. Hey, Will.
I put my hat back on. Sorry.
See? All right, I'm gonna go run.
Didn't mean to blind you all. The naked dome there. Oh, look, Rob looks like me. I gotta change that. I don't know why when I set my avatar, it set it for everyone. What you typing over there, bud?
Oh, nothing. I was just typing a response in our Discord, which you can all join if you go to Twitter. Right now, it's the pinned tweet. Hopefully, you've already joined. If you haven't already, we'd love to have you there as part of that community. I was just ranting on.
I think I set up. I'm not positive, but I think I set up a shortcut for future reference. I don't want to say it if it's not true. Hang on. No, I'm gonna set up a shortcut for the Discord, but what's the conversation? I don't have it pulled up.
I was just pointing out. Basically, people were talking about name changes in wrestling is basically what was going on there. And Eli Drake mainly. Also MSK, people were talking about that people were upset when MSK had their name changed from the Rascals. And it's like it's different for different people. Like honestly, for me, like I think MSK probably could be an upgrade from the Rascals, honestly.
I think so, for sure.
So that one okay. But Eli Drake, I was like, I'm fine with Eli Drake. I know him as Eli Drake, but I was just saying that it's mostly just annoying to me. I don't think it necessarily has to impact a person's ability to succeed in WWE. It's just, it's clearly just, it's just that they build up equity in their name before they get there and can use it after they leave, if they leave. And so it's clearly just WWE doing it for their own interests. And it's like, you know, just they're supposed to be independent contractors. It's just more of that discussion. Like it just irritates me that they do it. And I was saying that said, you know, people can succeed either way. And that said, LA Knight is far from the worst one they've ever done. And it still allows Eli Drake to still do all his catchphrases because in that promo, he was still like LA Knight. Yeah. You know, he still had his cadence, his groove. So it still worked out okay.
Yeah. All right, let me try this out, then I'll share it with you.
Yeah, they're just straight on the mat here. That's an interesting point. Interesting point, front row. I wonder, like, how they got away with it though, like in Impact. You know, like are they just afraid that once they get on a bigger platform like WWE, that it becomes an issue that these other things are properties like the Rascals or War Machine or that kind of thing? I know I know that you're right because I know they cut out a deal with like Hulk back in the day, but it's just interesting to me. Like, was Impact not large enough of a platform that they thought anybody would notice these things? $10 degrees in Missouri. Congratulations, Ryan.
Man.
70 degrees in Florida. Congrats, Dr. Red.
Well, we're right in the middle. We're sitting about 42 degrees right now, but it's been chilly and wet around the south.
Front row, already coming out. This is my least favorite match so far, and that's saying a lot. But man, I think they're just ramping up, buddy. I don't think they've gotten going yet. They're just like showing off some technical wrestling here, just trying to lock on submissions. Look at that. Look at that knuckle and the arm. Ugh. Jesus, right in the ribs. Finn's probably just happy not to be, having his jaw broken yet, like Kyle O'Reilly did to him. I love Kyle O'Reilly, by the way. That was not a knock on Kyle O'Reilly. Lamb making a very good point. It's hard to follow after those matches, to be honest. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, for real. That's kind of where I'm at.
They've got that's why I feel like they're taking it down a little bit, because I feel like they're not going to be as wild as, like, say, MSK versus the Grizzled Young Vets, and even maybe Io Shirai diving off the tower there. So maybe the idea is here, you got to take the crowd down a little bit before you build it back up to, like, maybe reset the expectations. I'm no ring psychologist, but that would be my thought process there.
Well, I am a ring psychologist, and you're right on.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much. Ryan Murphy telling you, Dr. Red, born and raised, live here in Missouri. I'm used to it. The Marines taught me how to function in the cold. Oh, Ryan Murphy.
I didn't know what you were going to say there. All right.
I just pointed it out because Dr. Stinson's always on board when we got, we got veterans in the house.
I love my veterans, man. I knew exactly what Ryan Murphy meant, man. Hey, been there, bro. Ain't no thing. It's 16 degrees right here in the studios of this is the NWA podcast by way of This Is Pro Wrestling here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's 16 degrees in here. I ain't cold. Look at it. Look at his breath. Look at that. Holding them up. And you know what?
It looks like there's static over to the left, but that's actually ice forming on the brick wall behind him.
What's ice, man?
Honestly, this is the way they're wrapped up right now. This is really the perfect Valentine's Day match. It's just, it looks like two people that care a great deal about each other.
They're just spooning. It's very nice. They're just cozy.
I'm Big Spoon now.
I like that, Gary. That was good.
Yeah. Takes me back to Grimsley, Tennessee.
That was an actual argument that took place.
I was trying to go to bed, and I just hear Rob and Gary downstairs yelling about who's the big spoon.
Nah, but the only argument I remember was like Gary was like, "Dang it, Rob! I told you to bring Diet Coke. The champ wants Diet Coke."
It was in the contract. You didn't read the contract. You brought Monster.
You bought all this junk. You bought Cheez-Its, Chex Mix, Monster, Diet Monster, but no Diet Coke.
You brought Diet Monster?
Nah, I did not.
I didn't think so.
I did not, bro.
All right. See, the link seems to be working now. Sorry. Now, this makes it easier. If you go to tipwshow.com/Discord, it will take you straight to join our Discord. Just trying to make it easier for everyone. See if it works for y'all.
I'm doing it right now.
tipwshow.com/Discord.
tipwshow.com/Discord. Did you spell it right?
I don't know. It's a good question. Are you getting that error page? Because I get that on my computer, but not on my phone.
I'm getting it.
That's weird.
Something about some barbarian assault.
Yeah. It works on my phone. It's weird. Try it again. It worked this time. It might just take it a few minutes. Anyways, we'll let it simmer. Maybe it'll work in a little bit. DNC Digital. D, what's up, man? Thanks for hanging out.
Oh, they've been. I mean, I'll give it to them. They've just been straight up on the mat this time.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they're slowing it down. I feel like it's intentional. I mean, it's 9:17. They're going to go at least 15 more minutes, right? You think they go to 9:30?
Oh yeah, probably.
Go longer. I don't know, man. These guys are in good shape. God, what a chop. Finn Balor's just one of those guys, man. He's like, he's ruthless. Like his movements, his like control in the ring. It just
his LeBron James sleeve.
Yeah. Yeah, mainly the sleeve, yeah.
Oh. I know, and I know this style may be not everybody's cup of tea, but I'd rather see this than a bunch of like loop-de-loops and whirly birds and zing-zangs and whatnot, you know. I like this style.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a different flavor. We were talking about it earlier, but you know, that's one of the other things that NXT has.
Oh.
Rob, you're way ahead of us, bud.
Oh, sorry.
Rab.
There it is.
Pause your screen for
Be
like
done
10
with the win.
seconds.
Be done with the win. I'm just kidding.
Why don't you pause it for like 10 seconds and come back?
I'm just kidding, man.
That's what I had to do. Gary's slow ass.
Whoa. Okay. We ain't got to put the blame on.
Well, it's your ISP. It's your ISP.
Well, yeah. I mean,
blame your
Front
ISP.
Row gave us a good explanation. I can't find it anymore though. But if you need, Front Row will write you a dissertation about it.
Well, he said he got it from Rob's blog, Rob's technical blog about technology.
Well, it's fun. We love having fun at your expense, Rob. Rob, what are you doing over there, man?
I'm trying to listen to this match, man. I'm listening to the match.
Okay.
When I just heard my name over here, something about technology and me. I'm like, no, not me. You got the wrong Rob.
Yeah, I just what I was saying earlier is like Balor's one of those guys, like you guys know what I'm talking about, that just looks like they were born to wrestle. You know what I mean? Like the way he moves in the ring, it's like, I mean, he moves as fluid in the ring as I do just like walking around. You know what I mean? Like it just comes that natural. And it's one of the guys that's truly like a bright spot in pro wrestling for that reason.
Yeah, I love Finn Balor, man. He's so good. And I kind of I'm starting to have a little more respect for these guys that they're wrapped him up and oh wow. What was I gonna say? Oh, I'm starting to have more respect for them that they are, you know, like sort of to Rob's point.
Yeah, he thought we were doing just an after show, so he didn't know we were live right now.
I thought we were just hanging out, man.
No, I was gonna say just I kind of respect these guys for going with this style match after everything that's happened on the show so far. It's just kind of interesting. They decided, all right, let's take it to the mat. Let's wrestle. And thus far, interestingly enough, too, worth pointing out, any attempts at a high-flying spot, like just now with Balor attempting the coup de grace off the top rope, have been countered into something like some sort of submission or something. So
they're making sure you know what kind of match this is. So there's no confusion. That was wild. Did y'all see that?
Yeah, why did he do that? That's so
he got his foot on the rope the second he like lost consciousness.
Oh, gotcha.
And then he was just like trying to regain, and that was cool. That was a cool touch. I don't know that I've ever seen that before.
Oh man, you don't see the abdominal stretch.
That's not. I don't think that's going to.
Yeah, now we see it.
Sorry.
Thanks, Rob.
That's why I'm not saying anything.
I'm
not saying anything. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to sit here. Y'all need to up y'all's BMPSs or whatever to get y'all jumping.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
Looks like his kid drew on his arm there.
I don't like the finger stuff.
I
don't like the finger stuff.
That's what she said.
Stop. Rob. Rob's going to timeout.
Yeah, they should show pointing out they haven't gone outside at all during this match.
You don't have to. Oh.
Wow. Oh, so close. So close. Oh, dang.
I'm not looking at Rob. I can't look at Rob because he's going to give it away when it happens.
What the hell
I'm not. I got my poker face on.
I mean, you could just pause your damn TV for 5 seconds, but I think you're too drunk to know how to use your remote.
pause my TV for 5 seconds. What's that going to do?
It catches us up to you.
Nah, man. I want to be the first to know.
You'll know this is how you'll know it's over because Rob will be doing this, and then he'll go. And he'll start watching us to see our reaction.
I'll be like,
you can talk about a poker face all you want.
I'll be like this. I'll be like,
oh,
it's that DDT. Wow.
Oh,
Oh my God.
Good Lord.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, there. Oh, now they are turning up now.
Here we go.
Oh my God.
Here we go. I would not want to get kicked in the back of the head.
Bitter in for Pete. No. Reverse.
Nope.
Oh.
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 No. Rob.
Rob, you suck.
I'm not watching.
I didn't say nothing.
I'm going to turn Rob's camera off.
That's just how my face looks.
We know.
Pete not letting go of that finger.
Rob, shh.
It's just like, I just said pull it. I just said pull it. One time. Yeah. 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 Yeah, somebody get Thunder Rosa in here. I'm sure she wants to talk about WWE. Oh, pulled out that mouthpiece.
Uh-oh. That's not social distance friendly.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's brutal.
I see it.
That's brutal. That is brutal. Oh, he got it. He got it.
He got it.
I'm not watching Rob.
Can he pin him? No, he's not even trying. Just picking him right back up.
Oh, that's got to be it. That has got to be it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hell of a match there at the end.
Whew.
Oh, my God.
That was a ride, man.
Good job, Rob.
Yeah, good job.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, man.
Well done, fellas.
Well, you caught it, Will. You're the one who said it wasn't happening tonight, right?
What?
Didn't you say the title change wasn't happening tonight?
No, I didn't have an opinion on this one.
I thought Finn was going to win. I didn't think...
When you said it's not happening tonight? Oh, it was
Finn's got some unfinished business with Karrion Kross. He's been talking some smack with Adam Cole. Like I feel like
boy.
Finn's in the right spot. There's some new challengers on the horizon already for Finn.
Yeah, I didn't see it changing hands, but I didn't say that.
Someone did. I'm gonna have to go back and look at the replay.
We'll have to view the tape.
I want to think it was Will.
Roll the tape back.
Roll the tape. Nation show.
If it was me, I'd cash it in.
I explained to my wife, by the way, when I took a break earlier. I was like, sorry, this is just what's going down.
Yeah. You're just going to
Eli Drake. Stop it.
And what's she basing that on?
I'm a bigger fan of the women's NXT belt than the men's.
She slept with both of us.
Oh, God.
She was just letting me know.
Okay. There's one guy back there who is not impressed.
Here's another thing NXT does. Can I say, by the way, that another thing is that notice how in this show, and I'm hoping I don't eat my words here in the next couple of minutes, but they just did a whole show, and there's no like Karrion Kross in there or what's that big dude? The new big dude they've been pushing. Like also Drake Maverick and Killian Dane and
yeah, there you go. Spoke too soon, brother.
Well, no, okay, so these guys show up, but I'm talking about like Karrion Kross and stuff. Like, I mean, sometimes if you don't have to use the people every single day, you know what I mean? Like sometimes people can show up when it's important. Also a fan of Only Lorcan and his commitment to he tweets in all caps. If you haven't seen that, like he just tweets in all caps. It's just he just won't stop.
He tweets loudly. Tweets loudly.
R.I.P. that ref.
Yep. Now they need Walter to come out here. Uh-oh. Undisputed Era. All right. Is Finn going to join the Undisputed Era?
It's the new Bullet Club. Finn and Adam Cole.
Or are the Undisputed Era just going to beat the hell out of Finn?
I mean, he's putting his hand out. Nobody's ever changed their mind after sticking their hand out. They're recruiting him. I don't know. One of them's behind him, though.
No one would ever hit someone after a handshake.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
How you do things in wrestling.
Hey, an American wouldn't do that to another American, though.
Yeah, man. No, never. He's like, did you bring me a hoodie?
Is he going to do it?
His fingers are all broken.
Oh!
No! Thanks, Rob. Thanks, you butthole.
Thanks, Rob, you shit.
I thought it was going to be the other way around, though. I thought it was going to be Finn. Oh! Damn. Okay, I'm done.
Oh, with Kyle!
I'm muting myself.
Guys, this is big.
What is happening? No, not Kyle.
It's Marty Skull! It's Marty Skull!
You son of a bitch. Kenny Omega comes out.
All right, man.
What is going to happen here? Roderick Strong's clearly torn by this decision.
Oh, how do you know?
Who can judge
what's
the
happening?
intentions of a man's heart, Gary?
Wow.
Adam Cole, you dirty rat. All right. Well, that was something else. There you go.
That is how you do it. Now I want to see what documentary they got coming.
Pat O'Connor.
The day of Royal Rumble 2021. That is not Pat O'Connor.
Pat Patterson. I'm sorry. Pat Patterson.
Luthez. There's Luthez right there.
All right. Now I'm going to take my bathroom break. And if you guys are cool to hang out for just a little bit longer, then we'll hang out, right?
All right. Let's do it, man.
All right.
I'm turn my feet off here. Not my feet, like my feed.
What got
Much
this?
as I like looking at Edge. Rob, how was your dinner, man?
It's fantastic, man. Fantastic. We had I don't know if you've ever eaten, or I don't know if you're an oyster eater or not.
Mm-mm.
Like oysters. I love oysters, man. I'm not picky about much anything. There's only a handful of things I don't like. I don't like mushrooms.
I'm with you on that.
Cilantro. I'm not a big fan of cilantro. Other than that, man, I'm game for just about anything. I don't like wild game. I'm not even though I'm an ex-infantryman, one would think that I'm, I did my time outside. I like my meat processed, so I don't eat a lot of venison and stuff like that. But I really love seafood in any form. And one of my favorite things to eat is oysters. And we had a dozen char-broiled oysters, man. Roasted, charred, man, Parmesan and garlic. So good. And then I had a steak frites. Tanya had like this chicken salad with, it's like roasted chicken salad with portobello mushrooms and this and that. And then we had a couple I had Sazerac. She had a Malbec. It was a great dinner, man.
Nice.
Yeah. I love food. What about you guys? You guys have a special Valentine's dinner tonight?
Nah, man, we didn't. I mean, we don't have built-in babysitters like you do. So we kind of have to. We probably do like lunch or something tomorrow. Go out and
that's all good.
Kids are at school and, yeah,
ain't nothing wrong with a lunch.
Nah, we just hung out around the house. Thought I was going to take a nap or something, but that didn't happen. So
yeah,
not with 3-year-old running around. He is on a different level right now. So. I don't know where he's getting this energy, but wish he'd use some of it to learn how to use.
He's just a furnace. He's just a living embodiment of energy.
Pretty much. That's a great explanation. It's a great description.
Even Piper, Piper's, she's approaching her teenage years, but she won't take a nap. Me, I'm like, I will take a nap whenever and wherever you will tell me to. I will take a nap right now. If y'all are like, hey Stinson, lay back for a minute. Me and Will, me and Gary got to have
your eyes, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna get back here. I'm gonna catch a nap. I can catch a nap anywhere at any time.
That's a skill, man.
Yeah,
that's a valuable skill.
It used to be
my mind races.
A 30-minute nap. Now my naps are like 3 hours. Like it's like a night's sleep. But that's what I do. I sleep in naps throughout the day. I don't ever sleep. And even tonight when I go to bed, I'll wake up at 4 a.m. You see me online in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I'll wake up to your messages.
Yeah. Ping. Bear.
What's up?
If you text Rob anytime after like 4:30 p.m., he's going to respond at like 4:30 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah.
All right. What do we want to do?
I was going to say,
what do you guys want to talk about?
Throw out that we're just going to do an after show here and hang out, talk about news, talk about the show, whatever you guys want to talk about. Dr. Red, thanks so much for hanging out, my friend. It's good to see you.
I think we had some news.
Gentlemen, I use that term very, very loosely. Trust me. Whatever, Dr. Red. Scooby, can I say how good it is to see you? I hope everything's going okay for you, buddy. That sounded more ominous than I meant it to. Like, just because if things go as planned, they are not. No, I just hope you're well, Scooby. I miss you, buddy. Scooby, you guys haven't had a chance to hang out with Scooby. Scooby's always at GPB Studios with us. We always got to hang out with him. He'd go to Smith's old bar with us right beforehand, and we'd hang out and shoot the breeze and have some drinks. And before we all went over to GPB for the power tapings, it was
because you can't take anything into the studio with you. You can't take your little flask in there or nothing. No,
that is well. You just I think you just gave yourself away, Rob. But you make an excellent point. It's something I didn't think of. But anyway, I'm going to send out a tweet about a after show here. You guys talk amongst yourselves, whatever you want to. And you guys, hopefully you'll share it. If you're new here and you're watching for some reason and you haven't already, I hope you're hitting subscribe on that thing. And you could go to tipwshow.com/Discord and not get anywhere. You could go to Twitter.
Come on,
use the pin tweet for now.
Front row, that's unfair. You say the price of my love's not a price that you're willing to pay.
That's all we're getting. All right.
Get it?
I get it.
Yeah.
Boom. Well, as we're waiting to share that out, I mean, we can recap. We didn't really talk about this at the beginning because it was just kind of a loosey-goosey watch party, but a lot of new content coming out this week, some changes to our weekly lineup. We'll still be going live at this time normal on Sunday night. Sunday night will be kind of our live streaming session where we hang out with all you guys live. The Wednesday night live show will become, I believe, a premiere at the same time, but it will be of a pre-recorded episode that we're starting to do, which is going to dive a lot into the history of pro wrestling. I think it's very informative and entertaining. We recorded the first couple of episodes this past Wednesday. I had a lot of fun. I'm sure you guys had a lot of fun too. But I'm excited about those rolling out, so you definitely don't want to miss that. But we'll still have that streaming on here for you to come and interact. We might be in the chat during that time, but it'll be a pre-recorded thing. And then that'll drop on the audio feed the next day. And then we're trying to put out daily audio content. So really trying to focus on harnessing that audio listenership. Because there's a ton of people that still love to consume audio content. So we're trying to put out stuff on there. We've got Gary bringing us something on Mondays, Rob giving us some history on Tuesdays or some Mission Pro updates. I come with whatever I feel like talking about on Wednesdays. Thursdays we're dropping that history podcast, and then Fridays is some more history with Doc Rob. So yeah, make sure you're subscribed to our audio channel. This is Pro Wrestling. We're pretty much anywhere you listen to podcasts, anywhere, whatever your preferred platform is. If you go search for This is Pro Wrestling, you're going to find us. And make sure you're subscribed so you can check out that daily content. And it's not, it's not 3 hours of content a day. It's like 15, 20 minutes. So it's very digestible, very fun. Just trying to keep everyone in the loop and, get out there and make some more, diverse content for you guys. So I'm excited about it. How'd you guys feel about this first week of kind of diverting from the old schedule?
As far as like diverting from the schedule, it's weird, because I've got my clock set in and I expect to do certain things, but I guess for us, it's not like. For us, it's not different. We're still hanging out at the same time. It's just like when we expect to publish this stuff is a little bit different. I'm really proud of the current project that we're working on, and I hope that you guys all enjoy it and appreciate it and stuff, because we're putting some work into it, man, and we think it's going to be worthwhile for everybody.
Yeah, and I mean, there's only a few people in here right now, but we can go ahead and promo it a little bit since it's going to come out this coming week, but we're putting together essentially this first kind of series that we're doing for the weekly show is just literally what is pro wrestling and how did it start? And it's like historic, factual, recorded data that Rob has put together for us talking through it, reacting to it, giving our own take and spin on it. And it was just a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun Wednesday night recording it, and I think you guys are really going to like it. If you're a true fan of pro wrestling, you're going to learn a lot. Some of it you might have heard before, but I think you're going to learn a lot about the origins of this sport that we all have devoted ourselves to, and it'll be really informative and really cool. So we would love your feedback along the way as we roll these out. Just let us know if you thought it was informative, funny, if it made sense, if there's any 2 cents you want to add. But, for the community aspect, I think we're really leaning hard on the Sunday night streams and then also our Discord. So you can have real-time interaction with the TIPW community. So, again, to keep pushing that, but make sure you join our Discord.
Will said it best. I mean, all of those things are true.
None of that was a lie. Thank you.
None of that was a lie. No, I'm super excited about the project. The only reason it's not already out is I think hopefully we just all just came to an agreement that it'd be best to have some episodes banked of the historical podcast so that we can make sure we have time to get research in and do what we want to do it right, man. It's something I think that sold Will on even jumping on here. It's something Rob's always wanted to do, and it's something I even wanted to do since the beginning, like with the NWA pod. Part of the cool part about the NWA was the amount of history that lies behind it, and it's just we're finally just, thanks to Rob's prodding and probing and Will's just like gung-ho-ness and everything, like we're doing it, and we're just in it now we're committed to it. It's happening. This is going down. We're doing the historical podcast. We're going to walk you guys through all sorts of different things. We may have different like themes of like what we're covering, but right now we're kind of locked into, we're going to talk about professional wrestling, what it is, what it means, where it came from, how it happened, and walk you through step by step in multiple parts, by the way, not just all in one episode, but walk you through its beginnings to where we are, to kind of give you an overview, especially, because a lot of you guys are historical nuts. You're going to know a lot of this stuff. Maybe you'll have fun hearing us talk about it. And then some people, we're just trying to eliminate the gatekeepers in professional wrestling and try to help establish it. Like, if you're new to professional wrestling, maybe you don't know anything about it. Well, here you go. Here's an easy way to jump in, and you can find all about anything you want to know about professional wrestling. That's what we want to do. We hope to just like build that up, and then eventually deep dives on your favorite wrestlers, take suggestions from you guys, even if it's like specific, like certain types of matches or certain rules of wrestling, that sort of thing. I mean, nothing's off limits as far as what we could cover. We just want to like really give in-depth analysis into what our favorite sport, all of the details about it. And I think we're off to a good start already in the first episode. We've already gotten the books. It'll be out this week. Rob takes us to all kinds of in-depth detail about the history of professional wrestling. And so it's going to be a lot of fun. I think you guys are going to dig it. And we love these live chats with you guys. I mean, these are by far one of my favorite things to do in the world. Will was super excited jumping on here today, talking about how we just haven't gone live in a while, and we're still going to do it. And it could happen randomly. We just talked about all these established things, but Rob and I were on last Tuesday just chatting it up just because we were already like, let's work on this one thing. And then we decided, screw it, let's go live. And so we did. And so we were here. We hung out with a bunch of you. So that was a lot of fun. So you never know when that stuff's going to happen. We'll keep the YouTube channel going. I think we're at a point where like the YouTube channel is probably easier to keep going than the audio feed. And so we really want to give something back to our podcast listeners. We know you guys are out there, and this, like, in fact, like I'll probably try to chop this part off that we're in right now after the show's over to try to give something back to the podcast audience, because everybody can't be here live. And while we enjoy that community, we have to keep in mind that there are people out there that have to show up later and they want to be a part of the community too. So we want to make sure we've got stuff accessible to everyone.
You mean nobody wants to listen to us tomorrow react to NXT TakeOver?
I'm going to guess that they probably
like riding in their car. Oh, pause it, Rob. Oh, no. 10
minutes of silence as we just watch a match. You guys couldn't see this, but it was cool. Yeah. Anyway,
well, I guess
so welcome, by the way, to this. It's this is Will Martin, and this is Gary Horde, and this is Dr. Stinson. We're here live. If I do stick to my guns and turn this into an audio portion for the show, we appreciate you being here. We're going to talk. This is just the after show. We just did a live watch for NXT Vengeance Day, and we hope someday you can join us for these live watches we do. But we're also we're just here now hanging out because the show ended early as hell, and we're used to live streaming. And now we're here, and then so yeah, we're going to talk about anything you guys want to with the show. We can do a quick run through and get some thoughts. We'll talk about wrestling news, whatever's on your minds. Brian Rose is here in the house. You got Front Row, Willie Bowen, Ryan Murphy. You got everybody. Everybody that matters is here right now in the live chat too. So they're going to be throwing topics our way. You never know what's going to come up. We want to thank everybody on the podcast for listening. There are so many of you, And so many of you, we probably have no idea who you are, and we are grateful for every single one of you. You make this worth it. So thank you very, very much. How you doing, Will? Did you have something else to say? You look like intense. You have intense eyes right now.
That's just how I look, bro.
Okay. All right. Well, this is a good start. Rob, how you feeling? Any less drunk than when you started the show?
That's a fair question.
Well, considering he can't
Honestly,
unmute, I'm going to guess no. Like he's still drunk. So we got Dr. Rob here. And,
I don't think he even knows. I don't think he even knows he's muted.
He's just going off.
He's here, audio listeners. We promise.
I'm using this. I'm a Mac guy. I'm using this Dell, and I'm having a hard time like with my functionality here. But yeah. How long have I been muted for? Since the start of this technical part of the show. We could just see you get wild over there. You were just like ramping up, but like, I don't know what he's saying. Man, y'all tripping.
And usually that's me, so this is a positive. I'll take it.
I liked it better when I didn't have like editorial access. Too much
when you were just a guest.
When I was just a kid.
We gave Rob access to that. Now he uses all of his power to put things like Sazerac at the bottom of the screen.
I would not. Go like and follow my wife.
Oh God. All right, guys, we're coming right off of NXT Takeover, so let's talk about that for a minute. Some people might be joining us on Twitter or on YouTube or wherever, and the audio portion of it. Let's just give a quick, brief recap of this one. We don't have to go like too in depth. Shotzi Blackheart and Ember Moon took on Raquel Gonzalez and Dakota Kai in the very first match for the Women's Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic Final. Great back and forth match. Hard hitting, and ended up with Blackheart went up on the top, I think, and Gonzalez threw her off. Then Gonzalez splashed Kai onto Blackheart, then laid out Blackheart with her finisher, which was like a big like one-arm power slam thing. She covered her. Kai got on top of her. And it was good for the win. 1, 2, 3. Raquel Gonzalez and Dakota Kai win the first ever women's Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic. Gonzalez and Kai celebrated with pyro at the top of the ramp near the Dusty Cup. William Regal clapped politely, came out and celebrated with them. This, by the way, I'm reading some of this from Kelly Wells over at PW Torch, reading his recap here. His analysis was fast-paced, but with psychology throughout as the faces continue to try to find new ways to finish Gonzalez, who continues to be very protected as a monster. The heat segment on Kai early on was the opposite of normal tag wrestling, but with Gonzalez being the huge unbeatable threat, I get it. Very good opener. Will, how'd you feel about this one? We were together watching this one live, but overall, what did you think?
I liked it. I thought it was a great tag match. I think the right outcome happened. I'm excited to see where this goes, and I think the ladies get a women's tag team title match anytime in the future or sometime in the future. So it'll be cool to see them. I don't know if that'll happen on NXT or on a main roster show or what that's going to look like. But that's a cool stipulation added to this tournament. And it was just really cool to see the first ever, women's Dusty Classic tag team crowned. I think the future looks bright for both female competitors and tag teams in general in NXT. So this was a really exciting night for a tag team fan like myself. And we'll get to a lot of that later, but I thought this was a fantastic way to start the show off and get things rolling.
I'm 100% with you, man. I know Rob got to join us late, so he hasn't had a chance to see that one, so I'm not trying to just obviously just ignore him.
Rob, what'd you think, man?
Yeah, man. If it is as Will said, then it's cool. But that's not always the case.
Everything's always as I say.
It was a good match, man. It was hard hitting. It was way more hard hitting than I expected out of these ladies. I mean, not to take anything away from them. It was just it was a really solid opening match, and I honestly felt like, I mean, as we discussed during the thing, I think the right people won. Gonzalez and Kai could use the win more than Ember Moon and Shotzi Blackheart. Shotzi and Ember, I feel like, are already established, and Raquel Gonzalez, like the review we just read. They're trying to establish her as a monster, and she looked like one here. She looks like a big, unbeatable person. And then Dakota Kai, I feel like it has a lot of potential, and she just needed a good win. And this is something to put in her belt there, that she's the first ever women's tag team Dusty Rhodes Classic winner. Yeah. Next matchup we got was Kushida versus Johnny Gargano. Kushida versus Johnny
Johnny Gargle.
Kushida versus Johnny Gargano for the NXT North American Championship. This was good. Kushida was introduced first, and the way hyped himself up backstage as they walked through. I missed this, Will, but apparently Dexter Lumis did appear behind Austin Theory. So I just completely missed that. And
I totally missed that too.
Yeah, when they got up on the ramp, it was just Johnny Gargano and the ladies, and they couldn't figure out where Austin Theory went to, and so he sent the ladies back to find out. Anyway, so Kushida and Johnny Gargano, just a quick review of this one. It was a back and forth match. I thought this was fantastic. Just a technical wrestling spectacle. These two just all over the place. Not like high flying, but just like as far as just like chain wrestling and just moves back and forth. Kushida just working that arm and just would not let go of Johnny Gargano's arm. And it was just it was fun to see. But as far as this review goes, it says Kushida finally went for the arm at one point. They rolled outside. Yeah, so Kushida had him in an arm bar, and like Johnny Gargano like caught the ropes, but Kushida, like Johnny, like rolled out of the ring, and Kushida just would not stay off his arm. Like he just kept hanging on to his arm, and Johnny Gargano like pulled him out of the ring with him, and finally Gargano drove Kushida into the barricade a couple of times, and it broke the lock. Gargano started crawling up the ramp, but Kushida was at the top of the ramp. You didn't see him get there, but he was just at the top of the ramp, and he ran out from nowhere and kicked Gargano's leg back inside. Kushida pulled him in and worked an armbar, but Gargano broke it up by tying Kushida's legs in the ropes, and Gargano hit one final beat from inside to the ramp outside, then rolled Kushida into the ring. Slowly, Gargano got up and stalked Kushida. He hit the one final beat again, which is like a fantastic looking DDT if you're not familiar with the one final beat. Hit him with that and covered him for the 1, 2, 3. According to Kelly Wells here, just to give him credit, he says, this is his analysis. No NXT North American Championship match in history immediately comes to mind as being better than this one. There were some real doubt here, and the two had several false finishes that were clever and didn't rely on some simply kicking out at every 2 or every few seconds. An unbelievably good wrestling match that will be hard to top for the rest of this card. So that was Kelly Wells' analysis. I tend to agree with that. I mean, it was a fantastic match. It was just a lot of fun. I was really, really into this one. How'd you feel, Will?
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty astute assessment, even though, in my opinion, it was topped later in the night. But it was
he's probably writing this live, so maybe we'll see where Kelly Wells goes.
So, yeah, to be fair. But no, I mean, that was a great summary. I mean, it was a lot of back and forth, and I feel like there were several matches going on. There was, obviously Kushida, and Johnny Gargano. There was also Kushida and Johnny Gargano's arm that appeared to also be in a separate match. Johnny Gargano and Kushida's neck, which were in a third match. This was just, I mean, it had everything that a great, solid technical wrestling match has, and that is working body parts, telling a story. The false finishes were incredibly believable, which NXT always does really well. But in this match in particular, I bit on almost every one of them because it was just that good. And these guys were all over the place, and it was believable. It was brutal. And, I was, if I'm honest, I was disappointed in the finish. We talked a lot as we were watching about, how we really felt like Kushida really needed to win this match. My hope is that he doesn't just fade into obscurity now, that I don't know if they can continue to build this feud and run it back. I would be fine with that. But it's hard to be disappointed with a finish when you got a match like that, so that's kind of my 2 cents on it. I would have loved to see the finish a little bit different, but man, after getting to witness that match, it's hard to complain.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I too thought Kushida really showed how outstanding he is as a professional wrestler. So I would have loved to have seen him being able to take this one, but I have to believe that whoever's running NXT right now has got to see how good he was and stays on top of it. I will say this for the match, and I'll try to use this sparingly. This is a match that if you did not see it, is worth your time to go out of your way and see this match.
Yes.
That it's worth it for you to go back and find it and watch it. I thought Johnny Gargano versus Kushida was very, very good. All right, and so let's move on. The next matchup was MSK, Nash Carter and Wesley versus the Grizzled Young Veterans, Zach Gibson and James Drake. Men's Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic Final. And this match, I mean, dude, I don't know. It was just another match that it was a completely different type of match, but still outstanding. And I can't even tell you all the spots. It's not even worth even trying to go through everything that happened in this match. There was just constant action in this one. I could not believe. Will and I thought it was winding down about 12 minutes before it actually wound down. And we just couldn't believe it. And the ending of Kelly Wells' review here just says Grizzly Young Vets stalked Nash Carter and Gibson tagged in. They wanted a ticket to Mayhem, but Carter fought off as well as he could. They hit a different tag finisher for another believable near fall. Gibson slapped the kneeling Carter and tagged Drake. They set up a ticket to Mayhem yet again, but Lee got involved and cleared them out. They isolated Drake and hit their MSK finisher for the 3 count. Lee immediately broke down with some real emotion. Winners MSK in 18 minutes 26 seconds. That's how long this match goes. MSK posed at the top of the ramp with the cup. Wells says here, this is yet another match tonight that comes off as the best case scenario, as all 4 men repeatedly delivered at every single turn. And rather than be a simple spot fest, there were some long heat segments and old school tag spots as well. Grizzled Young Vets, again, are the bridesmaids of the tournament, and as MSK position themselves as the next major challengers for the tag team championships. With their momentum, I'm pretty sure I'd bet on them to win in their first attempt. It was MSK felt like they were the right ones to me. It just felt like if you're going to push them this far, might as well just go all the way with them as the new team coming in. But well, I mean, maybe you'll do the thing I said I was going to be lax on last time. But
go watch this match. Yes, I'll say that.
Yeah, this match was good, man.
It's so hard to provide any kind of summary because this match was all over the place in terms of energy and spots and things like that. Now, I want to be clear. I don't want to be misleading here because in this day and age with AEW and things like that, when you talk about a spot fest, it can have a certain connotation that might be negative if you're a fan of traditional pro wrestling. This match was like a spot fest if the people also were really good pro wrestlers, not just high flyers. This match had everything. I mean, they were on the ground a lot. They were in the air a lot. I mean, it was your classic very diverse in nature and skill set match. And I mean, Gary joked about it earlier, but we did like several times. We were like, all right, we're winding down to the finish here. Like they're about, and they would go through some moves and they would change momentum, a hot tag here and there. And then they would just ramp back up again. And we'd be like, man, like it was just nonstop, action. I mean, it was nonstop thrill ride.
Yeah, I mean, and it was just that athletic as all hell. But I mean, like you said, if these guys were good pro wrestling, I mean, there was an intensity between these two teams that, I mean, I feel like, I don't want to overuse things, but I feel like I haven't seen it as much, like, or not as out of everybody, like it's not a common thing, at least, that these guys, I mean, there were points towards the end of that match where they were like screaming at each other, like, get up, look me in the face. Like
and that's something that's lacking in like this high flying, flippy dippy or whatever Rob called it earlier, ziggy zaggy type of wrestling.
Wing dings and ding dongs.
Wing dings. Yeah, there you go. Wing dings and ding dongs. Something that's missing is that layer of brutality almost, and that hate. Like, it's easy to believe that these guys are just trying to go out there and get spots in when they're lacking in that area. This match did not lack in that. This match, it was obvious that these two teams hate each other's guts and were doing everything they could in the air and on the mat and on the floor and with their voices to beat down the other team. And it just takes on, when a guy does a flip off the top rope onto the floor on some guys, it's in a different light when you don't feel like he's in there just to get a spot in. He's like trying to hurt these guys. You know what I mean? And that's one of the elements that's missing with that type of wrestling that I feel like this match had. So if you're kind of on the fence about it, I would check that match out for sure and, just examine it from your perspective. But from my perspective, as a lover of tag team wrestling, a lover of just all forms of wrestling, I feel like this match just had it all.
It really did. It almost felt like I'm trying to think of teams to compare it to, but it was even almost what you'd expect out of like FTR versus the Young Bucks, I would say. Like just that kind of
if you combined them into one team, if you genetically engineered teams that were half the Young Bucks and half FTR, like that's what this match felt like.
Yeah, because there was this side of the grizzled young vets and these guys like looking at each other. That like they looked at each other like, you are fake. You are, there was the one point where what's his name, Gibson from the grizzled young vets is like slapping the dude's face and like getting him up. It's like, you are out of your league. You don't belong here. And like just trying to tell him that he's not good enough to be there. And it's just, I don't know. When we were watching it, I was just like, how can he say that? Because you guys have been fighting for like 15 minutes and it's been amazing.
We're like 15 minutes into this and it's been pretty even.
But, anyway, this is a good match. But yeah, the MSK goes over on this one. So next up, you get a Martin Luther King quote thing. I think it's just a Black History Month thing. The Josiah Williams, whoever that is, I'm not familiar, so sorry. Apparently wrote a rap track for Cameron Grimes, and Cameron Grimes had his whole little laying in money. He's rich off GameStop stock, so congrats to him. Oney Lorcan and Danny Burch hyped up Pete Dunne. Finn Balor set alone, taped up his own wrists. And then we got a video package for the Women's Championship. Io Shirai versus Toni Storm versus Mercedes Martinez. Rob joined us right before this one, so we finally get Rob back in this. A triple threat match for the NXT Women's Championship. This one was all over the place too. Pretty good match. Let's see. We're all picking up in Kelly Wells' review here. Martinez went out. Shirai went after her. Martinez slammed Shirai against the plexiglass and Storm then laid out Martinez. Storm started taking stuff off the desk to set up a move, but amusingly, the desk collapsed prematurely. Storm just looked at it, annoyed. Storm tried to set up a Storm Zero on the laid out table on Martinez, but she blocked. The heels fall on their feet, but Shirai had climbed far up on the steel structure and hit a crossbody on both. All three laid down on the ground outside the ring. I will say these things for this review. If you were watching, it was funny when the table fell apart. That was weird. The table just randomly fell. And Io Shirai did dive off onto both ladies, but she did not hit both ladies. She dove right over Martinez's head and hit Toni Storm. So I was very worried about Toni Storm for a moment. Martinez got to her feet first, naturally, and she threw Shirai into the steel steps. She slammed Storm's face into the apron, then tossed her in the ring and hit a running knee to Storm's jaw. More knees to the jaw. Martinez hit a fisherman buster on Storm for a long two. Martinez set something up, but Storm blocked and hit Storm Zero. Martinez kicked out. Storm went up to the corner and hit a diving headbutt to Martinez's stomach, but Shirai flew in out of nowhere with her lightning-quick moonsault and pinned Martinez, and the winner was Io Shirai. 12 minutes, 13 seconds. Kelly Wells says, by a long shot, the shortest match of the night. Shirai was probably involved the least of those in the match, which makes sense if the bookers want to continue focusing on these two heels and possibly prepare one or both for solo feuds with Shirai. It was an okay spot fest. That's what he said about the women's match here. How did you guys feel? Rob, since we haven't heard much from you, I'll throw to you.
I was expecting Toni Storm to win this. Toni Storm's one of my favorites in the game. Of course, I think we all said when we were looking at it that we would not have been surprised at any outcome, because you got Mercedes Martinez, who I'm afraid a lot of people are sleeping on right now. I think she's got a lot of momentum and just very aggressive, very physical. But gosh, man, I mean, pound for pound, when I think about who the greatest wrestlers in the world are right now, pound for pound, who the hottest are, you think of like La Rosa Negra out of Mission Pro. You think of Kenny Omega. Obviously, you think of the champ Nick Aldis. And then you got to think of Io Shirai, man. I mean, can she be beat? She won this. I was commenting on how petite a woman she is. She's very tiny, but she's ripped, man. Her legs are just like, her ring gear is just busting at the seams, man. And she was all over the place and seemed to be impervious to everything, even when she was going against apparent allies between Mercedes Martinez and Toni Storm. We may be talking about Io Shirai holding that belt for 600, 700, 800 days, man. I mean, she looks. It's going to take a lot of woman to beat her, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, and I mean, this was one of those matches we talked about it. Anybody could have won, and I would have been like, yeah, like a lot of times in triple threats, there's always like one person that you just know from the get-go, like they're in there as a decoy, or they're in there to take a pin and cause a controversy or something like that. This match, it did not feel that way. Like we were talking about it during the entrances, and it was like, this could go any way, and as great as Io Shirai is, I mean, it's still like every competitor in this match was believable. You're right about Mercedes Martinez. I mean, that's what makes a brilliant and entertaining triple threat match. And I know, Rob, you're not a big fan of triple threat matches in general, but when they're done like this, I feel like there's a layer of authenticity and that prize fight layer that we always talk about, where it's like these three ladies all want it, they all really deserve it, and it's just a matter of who can make it happen. And Io Shirai just happened to be the one that came out on top again, and I think she's going to continue to come out. When that title ever does come off of her, I mean, it will inevitably, but I think it's going to be a really big deal. And I think it's going to be, akin to things in the past, like with Asuka and people like that in NXT, where those title reigns were very meaningful and very robust in terms of challengers and people that, showed up along the way. in those matches, and I think we're in the midst of that same kind of title reign right now with Io.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, he was destined for a legendary title run, I think. And so, it was good to see her get another win here. The last match on the card was Finn Balor versus Pete Dunne. Well, I guess I should say up front, I mean, this is also counting as news. Earlier today, LA Knight, formerly known as Eli Drake, signed a contract with NXT. This is a pretty weird signing, according to Kelly Wells, as Drake is an okay. So let's see. This is Kelly Wells' words, not mine. Earlier today, LA Knight, formerly known as Eli Drake, signed a contract with NXT. This is a weird signing, as Drake is an okay wrestler, a little generic, but he's a pretty fiery talker, so he could be a boon to the mid-card to upper mid-card. Unless he makes some tweaks to his acts, a lot of people will notice how much he emulates The Rock in promos. NWA loses yet another of their highest-profile guys, as I question whether Billy Corgan really thinks the company is coming back. Wow, thanks, Kelly Wells.
I won't stoke the fire.
I know. So there you go. That's on PW Torch. So
I'm not going to go back and give my my opinion again, but yeah, Billy Corgan knows. Nick Aldis knows. True NWA fans know that it's coming back. It's going to have a different roster. Obviously, they did it once; they'll do it again. So just don't worry about it. Let's stick to the subject.
Yeah. All right. So Finn Balor took on Pete Dunne. We'll skip to the end here. This was a very psychological match. I mean, basically is the story you need to know. I mean, a lot of groundwork. I mean, if you wanted to see like a grappling match, I would say Rob can probably dispute this or confirm it, but just like a very old school match. And as far as just like the mat wrestling that took place here, this was like an old school style match. And anyway, the wrap up from the review here just says, Dunne stopped Balor's hands twice in the middle of the ring and went for a powerbomb. Balor rolled through and hit a DDT. Enziguri by Dunne, then won by Balor. This makes it sound more exciting than it was, by the way. And I don't mean that in like a negative way. I mean, these guys were wrestling. They were grappling. It was catch as catch can through the whole match. And then towards the very end, they did start amping up a pretty good bit. Dunne went for a bitter end. Balor turned it into his own slam for a 2 count. Dunne held Balor's hands and snapped the fingers, but Balor hit a quick double stomp on Dunne. Balor accidentally ripped out Dunne's mouth guard, then hit a double drop kick, and then the coup de grace. He hit the 1916 to finish him off. Winner, Finn Balor, retains at 25 minutes, 10 seconds on this match. I guess I'll just go to the match part first for you guys. Where Rob, did you feel like it was accurate? It was like an old school match, and then it
very much. A lot of chain wrestling, definitely catch as catch can style, very ground oriented, not going outside the ring, very technical. I mean, even like the reference to the mouthpiece, man. You know, I saw when I was at Mission Pro the other night, last Saturday, Thunder Rosa wore a mouthpiece into the cage. And you don't see a lot of that, you know. I mean, when people feel like they're in high cotton, they're putting a mouthpiece in. And I thought it was very pointed that, you know, he pulled that out accidentally, not intentionally or anything. But this was probably, I mean, you got a lot of high flying antics and this and that, and a lot of people are about that. To me, I really like this match. I mean, this was a sound match. This was a match that harkens back to the days of old when you're watching George Hackenschmidt and Frank Gotch go for 4 hours and they're laying on the mat the whole time. You know, obviously we don't have that kind of attention span, and they don't have that kind of I guess television contract to sustain a 4-hour pay-per-view just for one match. But it was a classic match. I mean, it's not, the sport has changed a lot. And and it's not like we're saying this is identical, but this is a very, very old school ground mat match, and I liked it. It for the couple and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see the other ones before this. I'm gonna have to go back and watch, but of what I saw, it's probably my favorite match.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal match. I mean, it was just definitely a change of pace because we had seen a lot of high energy, kind of 2 high energy matches back to back. If you want to talk about that tag match and then the female triple threat match. So it was just a change of pace. But once they really got into it and it got going, you know, for those of us who are fans of pro wrestling, like real pro wrestling, it definitely had that prize fight feel to it because you knew these guys were willing to put in the work, and it was grueling. It was one of those where you watch them and you'd like get tired watching them because you just know how much energy they're spending holding each other down, going back and forth with these different holds. And you know, it was another match that could have gone either way, to be honest. I think in the back of our minds we all kind of knew that Finn Balor was going to win, and obviously the big story is what happened afterwards, which we'll talk about, I'm sure. But the match itself was great, and I just love Pete Dunne. I love his persona. I love just his I can't even think of the right word, but just that gruesomeness that he has just naturally. And seeing him and Finn Balor, it's like watching 2 guys that these 2 guys wrestle with the same ease that I walk around my house with. You know what I mean? Like they do it with such like grace and such like they're sure of their moves. They're very that they just know what they're doing. They look very comfortable in professional wrestling. And when you watch 2 guys like that, sometimes you forget that it takes like incredible amounts of training to get to that point. Like these aren't just like regular guys rolling around on the barroom floor. You know what I mean? That like these are highly trained, highly skilled professional wrestlers, and that really came through in this match.
Yeah, 100%.
I got to know, when you talk about walking around your house with these, do you walk around your house like, are you typically just in underwear or like on an?
Yeah, I usually have on briefs and a leather jacket, so kind of Finn Balor-ish. Yeah,
got you.
Mm-hmm. So according to the report, as Finn did his finger guns on the ramp, Lorcan and Burch stormed in from behind and attacked. All 3 attacked Balor in the ring, and the referee tried to break it up and got bumped. The 3 continued to stomp Balor until Undisputed Era's music played, bringing in Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, and Kyle O'Reilly for the save. O'Reilly talked to Balor as the other 2 jawed with the guys outside. O'Reilly helped Balor to his feet, and the 2 held a long handshake. The 4 were about to hit poses. Now, I will say one thing Kelly seems to miss here is, too, there was some weirdness. I don't know if you guys noticed it, too, but like you could see like Roderick and Cole like kind of arguing back and forth as O'Reilly like picked Finn up. Like they were like, what is he doing? Like what, you know, like, you know, that kind of discussion. O'Reilly helped Balor to his feet, and the 2 held a long handshake. The 4 were about to hit poses, but Cole super kicks Balor. Roddy and Kyle argued with Cole, who then super kicked Kyle as well. Strong stuck in the middle, didn't walk out with Cole, but didn't help O'Reilly and Balor either. The camera focused on Strong's internal struggle as the show went off the air. According to Kelly Wells, he says, this one was deeply psychological, and I loved every second of this match as a result. NXT's weekly show is at such a feverish pace right now. It's nice to see wrestlers get the time and the green light to have their best possible match. This one is probably slightly hurt by the fact that nobody picked Pete Dunne to win, as he seems so transitional for Balor. What it was missing in that manner, it gained in the post-match angle, which will be the enduring moment from a very good but seemingly transitional show. He called it later on, and just like in his final thoughts, an incredible night of wrestling. He said like a lot of the picks were the most likely picks. the action was off the charts. He says, but rather than belabor the point about the excellent action, I'll focus on the angle. Much has been said about Adam Cole's potential as a babyface centerpiece of NXT, but instead it looks like he'll be the top of the food chain as a heel once again. This was not just a big moment in and of itself, but also sets up a lot of great questions for TV. Where does Roderick Strong go? What about Bobby Fish when he returns? Will the Undisputed Era name continue to be relevant? Kyle O'Reilly, Finn Balor, like lots of places to go, I guess, is what he's trying to say there in his wrap up for the show. Overall, he thought it was good. He thought it felt like it just furthered a lot of storylines. But I guess really with NXT, I mean, that's kind of what you want to do. You still want to keep something going. I didn't feel gypped myself on any of the matchups, but the Cole super kick caught me off guard. How about you, Will?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of in the back of my mind have been hoping, as he mentioned in the article, for an Adam Cole babyface run. That seems all but smashed at this point. Maybe a little bit down the line, but yeah, I mean, I love moments like this. So you guys know I'm a storytelling guy, right? I mean, there was so much told with 0 words. Nobody held a mic during this whole segment. This was all told with action, which is so great. And you can infer so much from everything that happened. And yeah, you got a lot of questions. I mean, it's a tale as old as time in wrestling. The guy caught in the middle with Roderick Strong, obviously there's an internal struggle. He didn't really agree necessarily with O'Reilly helping up Balor, but he also didn't agree with Cole super kicking him. So he's kind of like, so it's going to be interesting to see that play out on TV over the next few weeks, like how he, what kind of decision he makes. And then also, what does O'Reilly do? Is he out, or is that going to be something that they kind of not gloss over, but they try to sugarcoat it and say, hey, I was caught up in the moment. Does he still, So, I mean, there's a lot to unpack here. And it was, for me at least, totally unexpected. I was not expecting to see the Undisputed Era at the end of this show. I thought they were taking the night off. And so that was really cool. And it was just a really great storytelling moment with some post-match action that I thought was executed flawlessly.
Man, a lot of disputes right now in the Undisputed Era. We were talking about this. I mean, we were joking during the just kind of kidding amongst ourselves when Finn Balor was helped up and seemingly offered a spot, or there at least appeared to be a kinship or an alliance between Undisputed Era and Balor. And Will and I were joking about, it's not likely for someone to get hit after a handshake. That never happens. I thought it was going to be Finn Balor. I thought Finn Balor would do it, and then reject the offer and then come out swinging. I did not expect to see the shot heard around the world that we saw tonight. So I was surprised. I like being surprised, and therefore, whatever the implications mean, 2, 3, 4 months down the road, tonight, I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, overall, I thought it was a good show. Happy with everything as the way it turned out. Anything else you guys wanted to add for NXT Vengeance Day on this Valentine's Day?
No, it's a great show overall. I agree with that. I mean, I said it when we first started watching, but I've never walked away from a takeover going, like I always walk away like with a renewed kind of interest. Now, am I going to watch it weekly? I might try. I really, really think they got to get their weekly shows to obviously not the same caliber. You're not gonna have a pay-per-view every week, but you gotta like at least get it halfway there to where some of these stories are pulling me in the same way they do on Takeover. And if they can, I'll probably be a weekly watcher of NXT. But we talk about it all the time. There's a lot of wrestling every week, and you gotta budget your time. But yeah, for tonight's show, it was amazing.
Not so fast, Will.
People were waiting for that, Rob.
Yeah. No, I'm with Front Row, man. I think NXT is already there, brother. Their weekly shows are already there. I mean, we saw that. What's been going on with like Thatcher and Tommaso Ciampa, that whole drama, and of course anything that Karrion Kross and Scarlett Bordeaux touch. That's all. They got some of the most compelling stuff going on right now in NXT. It's the only WWE product that I watch, and to me, it's comparable to anything out there right now. And this show, and now I'm with you, Will, on this. You're right. NXT Takeover always delivers. Always. I've not been disappointed. I can't remember being disappointed in a takeover since they started having them. So everyone that I've watched, I've enjoyed.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's going to wrap it up for the NXT Takeover portion of the show, I guess, unless you guys in the chat bring up anything. As always, we're going to include you in this next little bit that we've got going here, and we'll talk about whatever's on your mind. But we could also jump into some news. And I guess, Will, I know you've talked at length. So I suppose I'll throw to Rob first on this one. One of the big news items from tonight that I think is going to top our particular group of people's lists is going to be the signing of Eli Drake to the WWE NXT roster. And we would be remiss if we didn't do this also for the audio portion of the show to talk about Eli Drake / now L.A. Knight. Yeah, that guy. He is over on NXT now. Is this the death knell for the NWA?
Stop.
All right. So
I can't believe you said that with a straight face.
Yeah, let's break this down. Okay.
Hey, listen, I'm just trying to deliver with the face.
What was the quote that you were saying or you were reading earlier about him being a more or less common, basic talent? Can you read that again?
Well,
do you have it? I'm sorry, man. I don't want to make you. I don't want to make you work too hard there, Gary.
Well, it was in the review. I mean, basically, he was just said it was kind of a weird signing. He just thought the guy was kind of generic, and then he said something about like his promos were fire, but people are going to start noticing they're a little like the Rocks or something, and he doesn't. And then he thinks that, he wonders if Billy Corgan is kidding himself that the NWA is dead or something like that.
Now, who wrote that?
That was Kelly Wells from the PW Torch.
Okay. Yeah. No disrespect to Kelly Wells. First of all, he is not a generic talent. He's not a carbon copy of The Rock. I've been one of the most critical persons of Eli Drake in there. He's a jerk, but he's my jerk. All right. I mean, he is a great talker. He is a great worker. He is one of the people that we have said for months that if there's someone on the horizon that can dethrone Nick Aldis, it would be him. I'm not saying it would happen, but he would be the one. You know what I mean? This guy, NXT, just landed a superstar, man. Eli Drake is going to do great things, and I have no qualms about any person going and doing good for themselves and getting paid and taking that next step to get that. My only qualm here is I wish they wouldn't change his name. Eli Drake is an established talent. He's won the Impact World's Championship, if you want to call it a world's title, but he's been at the top of a major promotion. He's a world's tag team champion. You don't take a guy like Eli Drake and go in and change his name as though WWF has been doing this forever, man. You know, they changed Sid Vicious to Sid Justice, Lex Luger to the Narcissist, Kerry Von Erich to the Texas Tornado. I don't get why they feel the need to completely strip someone of their identity and place a new stamp on them, like LA Knights, whatever. I mean, he's Eli Drake. Good for him. I applaud him. I'm rooting for him. I hope he goes the distance and he's going to make a stamp a long time. Now, to your question, Gary, is this the death knell of the NWA? That is so silly. I can't even begin to what are you talking about? What kind of question is that? The death knell of the NWA? You can't stamp out.
Get mad at me, you dirty bastard.
I'm not getting mad at you, bro. I'm getting mad at whoever phrase it. No, it's not the death of the NWA. The NWA, you've got a committed audience that's devoted to the lineage of the championships that go back, that are rooted before the foundations of the world, man. You got the NWA all the way back in Pancration and Greek mythology. And you read it the other day, Genesis 1:1. You'll hear when the podcast comes out, it's right there in the Garden of Eden, man. The NWA was there. You can't stamp out the NWA. It's always going to be there, and that's what devoted hardcore old school fans like. The history, the lineage, that particular trophy is the important one. it's built around currently core talent. You know, there's going to be certain people that are contracted and others that are going to come in and come out. It's going to showcase a lot of indie talent. I mean, look at who we saw when Power was up and running, man. We saw ODB. We saw Scott Steiner. We saw all these guys come in and come out, you know, by opportunity. And there'll be others. So there's other talent out there. And maybe Eli Drake will be back at some point. You know, but no, this is not the death of the NWA. And whoever suggests so doesn't understand the NWA. We've been preaching this for months. The NWA is going to come back sooner than later. It's not as though we're not in a global pandemic and you know, they don't have this billions and billions of dollars to back this rather small company in the pro wrestling family. NWA is coming back when the time is right. I believe it's going to be soon. Don't sleep on the NWA. I'm happy for Eli Drake, but no, this is not the death of this great and glorious company.
All right. Well said. Will, did you want to add anything to that? Do you feel like this is the death of the NWA?
No, and yeah, I mean, I'll reiterate what I said earlier.
Be careful
on the audio. What?
I said just be careful.
Okay. Happy for Eli Drake, LA Knight. I think that's a good get for NXT. I think it's a smart get. I echo everything Rob says. He's anything but generic. He is, you know, and God forbid somebody take cues from The Rock, one of the greatest promos in pro wrestling history. So that's a bunch of garbage, if you ask me. But yeah, I mean, the NWA, I mean, we say this all the time, like this is how I framed it earlier. Like, I came into the NWA with no context about Eli Drake because I was not a TNA Impact fan before this. I was like laser focused on WWE, and then I expanded my horizons and got exposed to all these people through NWA. And you know, people like Eli Drake, Ricky Starks, Zicky Dice, Eddie Kingston, people that have since moved on. My first touch point with them was with NWA Power. So they took people that were unknown to me and got them over, right? There's tons of people out there that are unsigned right now. They can do it again. They've got an eye for talent. They know how to bring the right people in to tell the right stories. I have faith in William Patrick Corgan, in our champ Nick Aldis, and everybody at the helm of this thing. They've been playing it cautious because, yes, there was a global pandemic. Yes, they lost a key part of their staff that was producing the content, and they had to regroup. We're going to see Power return. I know 100% we're going to see it return. We're going to find out exactly when in the next couple of months, I would say. And so, I mean, that's fine. Like, I get from the outside looking in how that can look. And if you're looking at it through the lens of WWE, AEW, like Rob said, these companies with millions and billions of dollars to spend, yeah, I mean, NWA is not operating right now. So these guys, I mean, Eli Drake didn't leave NWA. His contract was up actually months ago. So people see this and they see this as like some kind of angry exit. His contract ended even before his last appearance as the NWA World Tag Champion. So the fact that he still appeared, like, that shows you there's no bad blood. It's just business. Contracts expired. NWA is not in a place to renew contracts because they're not operating. And it is what it is. So he's obviously going to move on, just like the list of other people that I mentioned. So, I mean, yeah, it's going to be a regroup. It's going to be a relaunch of sorts. But, you know, I saw the question in the chat a minute ago. Well, then who legitimately can challenge Nick Aldis? How about Crimson? How about Jack Stain? How about Tim Storm?
How about Joseph? How about, you know, I mean,
how about the Pope? How about Trevor Murdoch? Like, you guys are forgetting that there's more to the NWA than Eli Drake and Ricky Starks and Zicky Dice. Like, there was more depth, even with the people that are left. So,
and how about everybody that's in Impact and everybody that's in New Japan and everybody that's in Ring of Honor?
You know, yeah. How about Mike Bennett? How about Matt Taven? How about, like, you name anybody in Ring of Honor?
Dirty Daddy, what?
Yeah. So, I mean, like, I get where you're coming from.
Rob, there's a rumor. Just to throw this out there. Sorry, Will. Will, you finish your point, and I'll throw it at Rob.
No, I mean, I was pretty much done. I'm just saying, like, take the blinders off and realize that the NWA is more than just the group of people that was signed when Power was going on. the whole point, and NWA has said it from the get-go, that they are meant to be a revolving door for talent. They're not like, there's very few people they're hitching their wagon to. Nick Aldis is obviously one of them, and they should be, because Nick Aldis is bringing a validity and a sustainability to the organization. But outside of that, you're going to see guys filter in and out. That's the nature of the type of promotion that the NWA is trying to be. And the fact that these guys have come through and now you're seeing them on NXT and AEW is a testament to the fact that the NWA knows what they're doing. So as soon as things get back up and going, there's going to be somebody we're going to be talking about 6 months from now that is not even on your radar right now. Just like the people that we're talking about weren't on your radar before Power. So they're going to do it again. So that's my take on it. Again, if you want to toss the baby out with the bathwater and say, hey, they're dead because they lost a few guys that we're used to seeing, then go for it. But you're going to be shocked and surprised, and you're going to be back. So that's all I can say about it.
I'm getting so frustrated, guys. I'm getting so frustrated with people sounding off on the death of the NWA when repeatedly, the champ and President William Patrick Corgan have said repeatedly, hold on, guys, it's coming. We promise you, it will be here. They've told us, and all these NWA fans or alleged NWA fans who think they know, they're just ready to just bank because they're so impatient. I mean, guys, it's been a year, okay? It's been a year. It's a year's a long time, but in the grand scheme of things, look, you know, we were just, Gary and I were just there. It was January 26th or something like that. We were there. It's been just over a year. It seems like because of the way that the world has gone and the stress and all this and the pandemic, it seems like it's been longer than it has been. But it's only been a year, folks. Okay? It's coming back. It's like, let's put things in perspective. It will be back. It will be back this year. This year, I'm betting.
I will agree with you, Rob. I think there's all evidence. What drives me crazy is like that people would immediately say like it's never coming back when there's only evidence to support that it will, and like zero evidence to support that it won't. And people are just basing that on, I don't know, their past running of a wrestling company or something. I don't know. They see
they're frustrated. I mean, they're getting, you know, they're antsy, and I don't get it. I think most people that are saying that probably don't have ill will or anything like that. They just ill will. That's right.
Yeah.
No. I get it. People are frustrated. And they don't imagine how it could come back. It's a weird world that we live in where it's this like instant. I don't want to be one of those people like the instant gratification people, but if something takes a break, like they can't imagine how it could possibly reappear. Or
they're framing their understanding of pro wrestling in terms of the big companies. And our whole theme has been, look, the NWA is different. It's a different kind of entity. It's an entity. That's what it is. It's an entity. It's very organic, and it's a meta promotion. You know, it's like it transcends them all, which is why it so easily works with all these other companies. You know, it's not like
I was going to jump off the roof of my house if you didn't say that it was a meta promotion at some point.
Yeah, it is. It's a meta promotion. It's
you can't have a show without saying that.
You can't, man. And we've said it on Virtual Born. If someone would just listen to us, they would understand. It's coming. It's coming back. It will always be here. A world without the NWA is like a night without stars, man. It's impossible. You cannot have pro wrestling and not have the NWA.
I love that. We gotta remember to clip that at 3:33. I'm gonna write that down. Hopefully I'll just remember.
3:33. Just remember it. 3:33.
Yeah. And Front Row pointing out in the chat that the last episode of Superpower aired only 9 months ago. Be patient, people.
Good point.
So we've had enough time. We've had enough time to birth a new NWA baby here any minute now. So just hang tight.
If you got pregnant the night that Superpower aired, you would have a brand new infant baby. That's how short of a time period it's been.
And if you just hang on just a teensy little bit more, you might have a brand new NWA baby. So just hang tight. Hang tight. All right. So let's move on to some other news. The Taya Valkyrie supposedly signed with the WWE NXT. Rob, the big one that I wanted to bring to you, and this is completely unconfirmed. I don't usually do this, but I have heard it in a few different places. Just word of mouth is apparently how it's getting out because it's been unconfirmed. Is that it was just funny. You brought up the Dirty Daddy, Chris Dickinson, and there's supposedly a rumor floating that he is also signed with WWE NXT.
Okay, so what are we thinking? What's the first thing that comes to your mind? You think obviously Karrion Kross and Chris Dickinson, right?
Well, yeah, I mean that feels like a good match. Yeah.
So, boom. The other thing that comes to my mind is, well, what's that mean for UWN prime time? And
that would actually bums me out more than the NWA. It's like I feel like the NWA can move on for UWN. It's like, well, dang, you could feel like Ring of Honor would loan out Mike Bennett for a little bit, and we can work out this title match they're supposed to have. And but it's like once you hit WWE, you kind of immediately feel like, oh, well, that's done. Like that's like he's not gonna be in a UWN title match.
Yeah,
but
that's what you would think. Of course, I mean we don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, but anyway, we'll figure
that would
it out.
disappoint me. That'd be a loss. But again, I don't fault anybody for going and trying to improve their situation and to get paid. I think anybody, any worker in the business would applaud anybody getting that call to the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So let's see what else. What other big news can we talk about as we start to wind down here? If you missed it last night on No Surrender from Impact Wrestling, the Forbidden Door was kicked even further open as it was announced that David Finlay and Juice Robinson of New Japan Pro Wrestling would be coming up on Impact Wrestling next week. So New Japan invading Impact. So now it's spreading. Impact, New Japan, AEW, NWA technically. Like it's just all spreading around here. So just a little interesting tidbit of news if you missed that. All these are New Japan strong people. I should point out that like there was a report going around that Okada was coming. I love this, and we'll get to this question, Damian, I promise you, because this is a lot of fun for me. But I do have to say this because I tried to tackle this in the Discord today. There was a post from I forget what website today where somebody was like, Dave Meltzer says Okada is coming, and didn't mention when, but he's on his way or something like that. And I looked at the article and I'm like, really? Because it's funny. I am an Observer subscriber, and I only take up for my boy Dave when it's appropriate. But I had literally listened to the podcast they were referencing, and I have to say this all the time because people give Dave Meltzer a lot of crap, and it's usually when you trace it back to something he said, it's something that an article said he said. And so I looked this thing up, and I'm reading it, and the line that Dave Meltzer gave in his podcast today was, yes, he did technically say Okada is coming. It was just that, here's the context. He was essentially like, yeah, I mean, Okada's coming, Ibushi's presumably coming. Like the deal's on. These guys have a working relationship. Okada and Omega have wanted to work together again. Ibushi and Omega want to work together again. So it's just a matter of time. They're working it out, I'm sure. Presumably because that's what those guys want. They'll be there. When? I don't know. They'll, he's like, it's just they'll be there probably. That's what you would assume. And that was it. That's almost a direct quote to what Dave Meltzer said. And I think he added on, like, due to travel restrictions right now, I would not expect anything anytime soon. And so it was just like, I don't know, seeing an article saying like, Dave Meltzer says Okada's coming. I was like, I just listened to that. That was like a side note to something he was talking about. And anyway, it just bothers me. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest.
You feel better?
I feel better. I feel good about it.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So no. See, deleted TV Fallen. That's the thing. Dave didn't say that. Dave didn't say Okada's leaving New Japan. Dave didn't say, like, he was just saying, like, the door's open for discussion now. And he's like, and probably Okada will be in AEW at some point, but who knows? Anyway. All right. So where else do you want to go? You want to talk about Jon Moxley is set to make his return at Bloodsport. Just had Bloodsport last night. New Bloodsport's been announced on February 20th. Bloodsport 5, Jon Moxley is taking on Davey Boy Smith Jr. And, yep, that's been officially announced. He defeated Chris Dickinson in 3. He wasn't at 4. Davey Boy Smith Jr. was last night on 4 and defeated Calvin Tankman from MLW. So there is that. I love you guys so much. All right, what about this news?
All right, my camera's freezing up again. I'm here.
All right, well, I'm just going to read you this one from WrestleZone. I don't know if you guys saw this one or not. I'll just read you the article from WrestleZone. We have a report from Slam Wrestling regarding nixed plans for Sammy Guevara to appear on Impact Wrestling. According to the report, Guevara was slated to appear on Impact, but did not like the creative direction of the angle and made it known to executives. Chris Jericho apparently came up with the idea and pitched it to Tony Khan, who in turn got into contact with Impact about making it happen. However, Impact was not on board with whatever the idea was. It was said that Tony then came up with a second idea, which was given the green light by Impact. Impact reportedly received a direct message from Sammy, who made it known that he did not like the creative direction of the angle. When Impact officials told Tony Khan of the news, Tony was reportedly very upset about it. Jericho reportedly even went as far as reaching out to Don Callis about banning Guevara from Impact moving forward. Jericho would eventually tell Guevara to go home and not continue traveling to Nashville. Slam Wrestling ended by saying that AEW management is concerned that Guevara's actions may have possibly hurt their relationship with Impact. Sean Ross Sapp at Fightful chimed in by saying that he could also independently confirm that an AEW wrestler, which has now been ID'd as Guevara, was not happy with the creative direction, but he would not validate the story of Tony Khan and Chris Jericho being upset with the situation. He also said that he did not think the relationship between the companies would be negatively impacted. Stay tuned. So, any thoughts on that whole story? Front row, let's see, I don't know what Front Row's discussing over here. But he says Gallows quote tweeted that article and confirmed it, which added fuel to the fire. I don't know if you're talking about the same thing we are right now, Front Row. But if you are, maybe
that was before.
Okay,
that was already there when you were talking about this. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I'm kind of not shocked. Sounds like the honeymoon might be coming to a close with the partnership. I hate to be like the pessimist, but I mean, you know, you do have 2 promotions that are out for themselves ultimately, and they're both trying to leverage this relationship to benefit themselves. And I think this kind of stuff's going to happen. I don't know the full story, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's the question of, like, does Sammy have creative control or does AEW have creative control? Do they get to okay what Sammy goes and does on another, you know what I mean? And so it's kind of more of a philosophical question than whatever. Because I mean, part of me wants to be like, you know, Sammy's got the authority to say, I don't want to do this, you know, but if Tony's telling him he's got to do it, I don't know. It's just kind of a gray area.
Yeah, it's some booking matters. I don't really like to get into all that, but
yeah,
I would just, you know, I mean, if I guess I would come down where, like, he's got to do what AEW says. You know what I mean? If AEW says it, he's got to toe the line. If there's a difference between AEW and Impact, then that's a promotional difficulty has to be ironed out between Tony Khan and whoever else. But Sammy Guevara's obviously they're going to have some ability to one of the good things about AEW is they allow the personalities, and they do give their characters, their talent, some ability to kind of express themselves freely to a degree. And that's one of the draws for talent to go there. But ultimately, I mean, Sammy's going to have to toe the line that AEW asked him to, or, you know, he's going to be a free agent, I guess. Another word for
it's just it's a line you got to walk. I mean, because I think us as wrestling fans who don't know what it's like to be in a locker room, we don't know how, you know, we talk about the business, quote unquote, but we don't really know how it works, and we've never done it before. So I mean, you've got two sides of it. You've got the booking, who is looking out for the greater good of the promotion, you would like to think. Now, that doesn't mean there's not terrible booking decisions, but then you've got the talent who they want the promotion to succeed, but ultimately they are a brand, and they're looking out for their own, you know, career and longevity and things, and they don't want to do anything to detriment that. And so you got kind of that tug of war back and forth. And I think this stuff probably happens more than we're aware of. I think we're becoming aware of this now because it's interpromotional, and it's kind of feels like a bigger deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to do a few as we wind this thing down completely. I know I said that earlier, but I just wanted to hit on a few things because I think some of this, like Rob would like to know. But just some quick hits from the Observer this week, folks. If you don't subscribe to the Wrestling Observer, I'm a big fan of it. I know Dave Meltzer is controversial, but I love when he writes the Wrestling Observer each week, and he has a great section in there about Butch Reed this week, who unfortunately passed away recently, and he does an amazing bio. I don't think anybody does it better except us eventually, but the stuff on Butch Reed is fantastic. He gives a rundown of all the shows and that sort of thing. Print's kind of weird now because it's a little delayed, but he does have some stuff that just gets thrown in this here and there section, which I find interesting. For instance, Rob, did you know that this relates to something you said? Gosh, I think it must be on the episode that hasn't aired yet, but or maybe it was our last live show. I don't remember, but you know, where world titles, you talked about the mask guy,
you talking about Midnight Rider?
Midnight Rider, yeah. Well, you know, you were talking about the masked people getting whole titles. Did you know that Mexican election officials have just officially confirmed that masked wrestlers will be able to go on ballots and use their pro wrestling names and campaign and serve while wearing their masks?
Oh, nice.
That doesn't shock me at all. I mean, if you look, man, the luchador tradition is a treasured tradition. It's not like here in America where, you know, we if I'm in Walmart and I'm picking up my issue of PWI, I might roll it up so no one sees when I'm taken to the checkout stand. It's not like that in Mexico, man. In Mexico, you got luchador murals painted everywhere. It's part of the culture, man. They esteem it, they value it. It's an honored thing, and I wish we would esteem it more like they do. They revere it as intrinsic to the Mexican culture. I mean, we have this beautiful print. I actually purchased it for Tanya, surprisingly, for our anniversary or birthday or something, but she saw it and loved it. And it's this like hand painted luchador mask, and it's just beautiful. And it was painted by a local artist, and she fell in love with it. And it was like one, you know, it was numbered, and there was only 60 of them or whatever. And I went and got it, and everybody was like, when I had it, she wasn't there. She was back at the room or whatever. Everybody was like commenting like, "Oh man, that's cool. You're taking that back. Oh, you're going to love that. Your family will treasure this forever." You know, they love wrestling in Mexico. They love it. There's no stigma about it like there is in some places here in the country. Like we always try to preach that wrestling is culture. It's refined culture. It's performance art. It's as legitimate as Broadway. And they believe that there. They really believe it there. And all throughout Latin America. And I hope we get to the point in this country where we do, because, you know, I understand, like, they, you know, people will smirk and laugh and this and that, but to me, it's not funny. I mean, it's like, it's as legitimate a form of entertainment and pursuit as comic books or video games or Broadway or film or horror or whatever. It's legit. It's cool. And the Mexicans get it. And this doesn't surprise me at all that in Mexico, you know, you've had luchador politicians that have removed the mask and then achieved very high office in that country and throughout Latin America. Now that can be part of their persona and part of their personality and part of their political brand as well.
Yeah. And Willie Bowen, you bring up a great point. Blue Demon Jr., first masked NWA World's Heavyweight Champion. And I think that's accurate. But yeah. I think he's actually running for office right now, if I'm not mistaken, and also has a Disney Plus show about to come out. So he's making his name known. So
you name the other masked wrestler to have held the NWA World's title, not counting Midnight Rider, because that was.
I was about to say, it's the Midnight Rider.
Nope, there's one other.
Nacho Libre.
I don't. Well, no, it feels like it would have had to have been recent, right, or something.
It was during the NWA TNA era.
Who held was? I mean, would you count Sting, like face painted?
No. It would be Abyss. Abyss was a master.
Oh, Abyss. Okay, nice. All right, that's cool. See, you only get that stuff here.
There you
folks.
go, Willie Bowen with the answer. I know he's tired.
I'm going to say this, and this is sad news, so I don't want to like dwell on it. That won't be the last bit of news, but you asked about this the other day on our Mission Pro review we did on Tuesday. Rob, Dave Meltzer's reporting in The Observer this week that Shaw Guerrero announced she was leaving pro wrestling and any appearances in conjunction with wrestling due to what she called a very scary mental illness issue. She said that she's been advised by her loved ones and professionals not to participate in high-stress events at this time. She said she'll be seeking the help she needs, getting more treatment for her eating disorder, and hopefully getting answers and solutions for her to be able to reach a healthy mental state. She's daughter of Eddie and Vicky Guerrero and wife of Matt Rywalt. You would better know him as Aiden English from WWE. She was in the WWE from 2010 to 2014 in developmental when she left for similar reasons, citing issues with an eating disorder. She has done well as a manager since then, but that is apparently what's going on with Shaw Guerrero. She's announced her retirement from the wrestling business. So that is, she was advertised for Mission Pro Wrestling most recently, for those that don't know. And anyway, daughter of Eddie and Vicky Guerrero. For people curious about that.
Yeah. I mean, one of the hardest things in the world is to be a second, third, fourth, fifth generation wrestler, man. I mean, you carry so much weight just from that. The wrestling life is a hard life anyway. You ask anybody that you've ever met. I mean, I've got very, very close friends. One of my best friends in the world is the Nature Boy Paul Lee, and he is just, he's first generation, his son's second generation, obviously, but that they're such a hardworking and dedicated family, but they are open to so much, attack and judgment and this and that. And then you talk to friends of ours that are, that are first generation pro wrestlers, like Nick Aldis, for instance. And it's not an easy life. I mean, it means lots of time away from family. The imperative to perform and be at the top of your game. There's always criticism. I mean, Nick Aldis has been so heavily criticized this year for things that are outside of his control. Those kinds of things have to weigh on you. And then you tack on things that have nothing to do with pro wrestling, just the normal human plight, the futility factor, mental illness, those kinds of things that are out there. Being a woman's wrestler carries a whole layer of stress that men don't carry. Shaw Guerrero is a beautiful woman. She's a beautiful woman. She's talented. She's extremely capable. She's a Guerrero, and she's wrestling royalty. And I don't know what the specifics are of her condition. I knew that something was going on. We had caught wind of that. But all I know is I wish her the best, and what she needs to do, to keep herself in a good state and to get herself well and to make sure that she stays, in such a capacity where she can continue to live happy and be there for her family and her husband, and it's family first, and wrestling is there. But if it's not in the cards right now, and if it's never in the cards, then it is what it is. It's a loss for the community, but she has to do what's best for her. And best wishes to you, Shaw. If you're listening, we wish the best for you, and you don't owe anybody any excuse or any answer. You take care of yourself, and much love for Shaw Guerrero.
It's another reminder too, and we've had a lot of these, I feel like, in the last year, that these are human beings. Like we see them as these larger than life characters, and they portray personas on TV and in the ring like they are untouchable and immune. Wrestling is a form of escapism for a lot of us. I mean, it's that kind of form of entertainment and simulated combat. And but underneath that persona is real people, and there's a lot of pressure on them, as you said, Rob, with traveling, being away from family, but also, for being physically fit and your physical health, for, being on camera, on a mic, a lot of pressure that comes along with that. And so this is just another reminder, that we can come on here and be critical and things like that, but these are real people, and they are putting themselves out there for our entertainment, for our enjoyment. And, just echoing what Rob said, you don't owe anybody anything. Go take care of yourself. That goes for anyone in the wrestling industry. Take care of yourself first. There's plenty of people to entertain us and to do their thing. So I want everyone to be healthy and happy.
Yeah. Couldn't have said it better than either one of these guys, and I don't want to end on like a completely somber note, so I will point out that he did point to an Outsider.com article this past week that is worth checking out, that details all of the discussions and planning that went into a proposed Jerry the King Lawler versus Elvis Presley match back in the day. Elvis Presley, apparently a big fan of professional wrestling, and a lot of concern came in that Elvis was not in the best of shape at the time that it was proposed, but he was supposedly going to get in good shape for the tour he was in. This is like around on, I think, just before 1977 when he passed away. So anyway, interesting stuff there. And if you're wondering, I did look this up, and Blue Demon Jr. has said that the new Ultraviolet and Blue Demon television show will air on Disney Plus at the end of 2021. They're doing 10 to 12 episodes, and it'll come out right. It's trying to get ahead of Triple Mania, I think, is the big deal there. Guys, I don't know. I don't know what else to talk about. I think we're probably going to wrap this thing up. Cody Rhodes did injure his shoulder, I saw, too. I don't know if you guys saw that, but on his last match here recently, he injured tore rotator cuff a little. I don't want to leave that out, so I'll mention that here. But supposedly he'll be all right to come back by March 3rd, which is when his match with Shaq is supposed to take place. So we will see. You guys have anything you want to add to the rest of this show tonight?
No, I enjoyed TakeOver, enjoyed hanging out with everyone. Just reiterating our schedule coming up, we'll have a new pre-recorded episode coming out this week about the history of pro wrestling. You definitely want to check that out. Make sure you're subscribed to our audio feed. And yeah, just let us know. Join the Discord. Let us know what you think.
Agreed.
Enjoyed hanging out, guys. I hope you guys had a happy Valentine's Day with your loved ones and your significant others. And hey, man, had fun.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Obviously, that was at This Is Will Martin and at This Is Dr. Stinson. I am at This Is Gary Horn. You can follow us on all the social medias at those names, and especially at TIPW Show, which is the account for every social media for the show itself, to get informed of all the episodes that drop, all of the live streams that happen, all of those things. We thank you so much for being a part of this. Join our Discord. If you go to Twitter right now, at TIPW Show, it's the pinned tweet right at the top. Just click on that link, go to it. Join us and hang out with us. Talk about wrestling. We want to hang out with you. We want to interact with you. We are grateful for each and every one of you. And if you have friends, family, whoever, love wrestling and want to just talk about wrestling, hear news, hear BS, all about wrestling, send them our way. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Make sure you share it with people. We want to reach out to you. Thank you so much. And thanks for hanging out on an NXT live stream. It's been a blast, you guys. And I guess we'll leave